Every morning begins before you open your eyes, before the alarm sounds, before light fills the room, before the world asks anything of you. It begins with a feeling, a quiet tension in the chest, a rush of thoughts, a sense that something is already wrong before anything has happened. You wake up, but your mind is already moving, replaying moments, predicting problems, carrying tomorrow before today has had a chance to begin. Not because you are weak, but because no one ever taught your mind how to arrive softly. We live in a world that praises readiness. Be alert, be productive, be prepared. But no one teaches you how to wake up calm, how to meet the day without bracing yourself, how to begin from stillness instead of strain. Over time, that constant readiness turns into anxiety, quietly waiting for you each morning, asking you to carry weight you were never meant to hold. The Stoics understood this. They believed the first moments of the day shape everything that follows. They knew anxiety does not come from what waits ahead, but from how the mind greets it. They taught that peace is not found by controlling life, but by steadying the inner ground you stand on, so whatever comes can pass without disturbing you. This is not here to fix you, it is a place to settle. A space where the mind can slow down and remember its balance, where thoughts can appear and fade without pulling you away, where you do not need to prepare or defend yourself from the day ahead. For the next 4 hours, there is nothing to solve, nothing to plan, nothing to become. These hours are for releasing the weight you bring into each morning, for resetting the thoughts that rush in too soon, for learning how to wake up without fear, without tension, without anxiety. Let the day wait. Your calm comes first. As the calm begins to settle, something subtle comes into focus. It's not loud. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives quietly, before effort, before intention, before choice. This is where the day truly begins. Not with movement, not with action, but with a single thought that slips in unnoticed. Most people never see it, yet it decides everything that follows. That first thought appears before your eyes fully open, before your body moves, before logic has time to speak. It is not deliberate, it is automatic. And because it comes without effort, it feels true. This is the trap. The mind treats what arrives first as a signal, a warning, or a command. If that thought carries worry, pressure, or urgency, the body responds as if something is already wrong. The heart tightens, the breath shortens. The day begins under weight, even though nothing has happened yet. This happens because the mind is still half asleep. In that state, it does not question, it does not observe, it accepts. The first thought slides in and claims authority simply because it arrived early. Often it sounds harmless, a reminder, a concern, a quiet worry about the day ahead. But beneath it is an assumption that you must prepare for something threatening. Once that assumption settles, the body obeys. Tension becomes the default, and anxiety feels justified, even necessary. The Stoics warned about this moment, though they never used modern language to describe it. They understood that the mind, when unguarded, confuses impressions with truth. A thought appears, and instead of being seen as a passing signal, it is treated as a fact. This is where suffering begins. Not in events, not in responsibilities, not in the future, but in the unexamined agreement with the very first mental movement of the day. That agreement happens so fast it feels invisible. You don't say yes out loud, you don't even know you've agreed. But the moment you follow that thought, the mind starts building around it. One worry leads to another. One concern opens the door to 10 more. Soon, the mind is no longer waking up. It is defending itself. It is scanning. It is preparing. And by the time you're fully conscious, anxiety feels like it was always there. What makes this trap powerful is familiarity. That first thought often sounds like you. It uses your voice. It references your life. It brings up real responsibilities, real memories, real possibilities. Because of that, it feels reasonable. But reasonable does not mean necessary. The Stoics taught that not every thought deserves a response. Some thoughts are simply habits knocking at the door. If you don't answer, they fade. If you do, they move in. The body learns from repetition. When the first thought is followed day after day, the nervous system begins to expect it. Waking up becomes a trigger. The body tightens before the mind even knows why. This is why anxiety can feel physical before it feels mental. The body remembers what the mind practiced. It prepares for a threat that exists only as a pattern. Breaking this trap does not require force. It requires timing. The key is to slow the moment down just enough to notice the thought without stepping into it, not fighting it, not correcting it, simply seeing it. When you observe the first thought instead of following it, something shifts. The thought loses its authority. It becomes a sound instead of a command, a movement instead of a direction. The Stoics believed that freedom begins in this small pause, the space between a thought appearing and the decision to follow it. In that space, you are not reacting, you are choosing. And choice, even a quiet one, returns control to the present moment. The body senses this. The breath deepens. The nervous system receives a new signal. There is no emergency. This practice retrains the morning itself. Over time, the first thought changes, not because you forced it, but because it no longer gets rewarded. Thoughts that lead to tension fade when they are not followed. Thoughts that pass without reaction lose their urgency. The mind begins to wake more slowly, more gently, without rushing ahead of the body. This does not mean the day will be perfect. It means the day will begin clean, without borrowed stress, without imagined pressure, without the weight of things that have not yet arrived. The first thought no longer dictates the tone of everything that follows. You do. As this awareness settles, the morning becomes something different. Not a test, not a threat, but an opening, a quiet beginning where the mind learns that it does not need to run to be ready. And from this place, the rest of the day can unfold without the echo of anxiety leading the way. As the grip of the first thought loosens, another layer of tension quietly reveals itself. It doesn't rush in like panic. It waits beneath the surface, shaping the mood of the morning with a single question that often goes unspoken. What if today goes wrong? This question hums in the background, not as a clear fear, but as a constant readiness for disappointment, discomfort, or loss of control. This is where anxiety learns to stay alert even when the mind has slowed down. There is a strange habit the mind carries into the morning. It prepares for danger by resisting it. It tightens against outcomes it hasn't seen yet. It believes that by staying tense, it can prevent pain. But this resistance does not protect you. It exhausts you. The body braces against a future that exists only as a possibility, and in doing so, it lives the stress before it is required. Preemptive acceptance works in the opposite direction. Instead of fighting the possibility of discomfort, it allows it to exist without argument. This does not mean expecting the worst or dwelling on fear. It means removing the inner refusal that creates anxiety in the first place. Anxiety is not born from outcomes. It is born from the belief that something must not happen. When the mind says, "This cannot occur," it creates tension. When it says, "This could happen and I will remain steady," the tension dissolves. The Stoics understood that suffering comes not from events, but from the demand that events must be different. They practiced acceptance before action, not passive resignation, but calm agreement with reality as it may unfold. By doing this early, especially in the morning, they freed the mind from the constant need to guard itself. When you wake up, the mind often scans the day ahead, looking for threats, a difficult conversation, a deadline, an uncomfortable task. The body reacts as if these things are already happening. Acceptance interrupts this reaction. When you allow the possibility of discomfort without resistance, the body receives a new message. There is no need to brace. There is no need to tense. Readiness does not require fear. This practice is subtle but powerful. You acknowledge the worst possible outcome of the morning without adding emotion to it. If something goes wrong, you will respond. If discomfort arises, you will meet it. Nothing more is required. This removes the need for constant vigilance. The mind no longer has to stay ahead of life. It can stay present. Many people confuse acceptance with weakness. They believe that allowing the worst outcome means giving up. In truth, it is the opposite. Resistance drains energy. Acceptance preserves it. When you stop fighting what may happen, you conserve the strength needed to deal with what does happen. The Stoics believed calm preparation was superior to anxious control. They trusted their ability to respond rather than trying to control every possibility. The nervous system responds quickly to this shift. When you accept uncertainty, the body softens, the breath slows, muscles release. Anxiety relies on tension to survive. Without resistance, it loses its fuel. This is why acceptance feels relieving even when nothing has changed externally. The struggle has ended. Over time, this practice changes the relationship with mornings. The fear of something going wrong fades because it is no longer treated as a catastrophe. The mind learns that discomfort is survivable, manageable, and temporary. This quiet confidence replaces the need for constant alertness. Preemptive acceptance also breaks the habit of emotional bargaining. The mind often tries to negotiate with the day, hoping everything will go smoothly in exchange for anxiety. This bargain never works. Life remains unpredictable. Acceptance ends the negotiation. It says, "Whatever arrives, I will meet it without panic." This statement alone dissolves much of the pressure carried into the morning. This does not make life passive. It makes it honest. It removes the false belief that peace depends on perfect conditions. Peace becomes internal, steady, and available regardless of circumstances. The Stoics practiced this not to avoid life, but to engage with it fully, without fear distorting their responses. As this acceptance settles, the morning feels lighter, not because challenges disappear, but because the mind no longer treats them as threats to its stability. The worst outcome loses its power when it is no longer resisted. The body stops bracing, the mind stops racing, and the day begins not with hope or fear, but with grounded readiness. From this place, the mind becomes flexible. It adapts instead of defends. It responds instead of reacts. And the quiet strength built here carries forward, shaping the rest of the day without anxiety leading the way. As acceptance settles into the body, another quiet habit becomes visible. It hides beneath planning and preparation, beneath responsibility and care. It is the habit of leaning forward into the day before the day has arrived. This leaning feels subtle, almost responsible, yet it quietly pulls the mind out of the present moment before it has even formed. There is a moment after waking when the mind reaches ahead, not to act, but to anticipate. It checks what is coming. It measures the day before it has begun. This anticipation is not loud like fear, but it carries tension all the same. The body senses it as restlessness. The breath becomes shallow. Calm feels delayed, as if it can only arrive after something else is handled first. Anticipation feels useful because it disguises itself as preparation. The mind believes it is helping by running ahead, mapping the day, predicting how things might unfold. But anticipation does not prepare you. It removes you. It places your attention in a future that does not yet exist, while the body remains here, waiting for the mind to return. This split is where anxiety quietly grows. The Stoics trained themselves to wake without leaning forward. They understood that the future, when visited too early, steals clarity from the present. They did not deny that the day would bring tasks or challenges. They simply refused to meet those moments before they arrived. For them, peace was not about avoiding responsibility. It was about meeting each moment at the right time, with the right amount of energy. Anticipation creates unnecessary weight because it multiplies moments. One conversation becomes 10 rehearsals. One task becomes a chain of imagined outcomes. The mind carries all of them at once, while the body has not even stood up yet. This overload is mistaken for readiness, but it is actually exhaustion arriving early. When you wake without anticipation, the mind stays where the body is. There is no scanning ahead, no measuring, no silent countdown. The morning becomes a single moment instead of a doorway to many imagined ones. This does not make you careless, it makes you precise. You give your attention only to what exists now, not to what might exist later. The Stoics believed that attention is a limited resource. When it is spent on the future too soon, there is less available for action when it actually matters. By waking without anticipation, they preserved mental strength. They trusted that when the next moment arrived, they would meet it fully, not partially depleted by worry or rehearsal. This practice begins with noticing the forward pull. The moment you wake, the mind may try to jump ahead. It might reach for a schedule, a memory, a concern. Instead of following it, you allow it to pass without engagement, not pushing it away, not correcting it, simply not going with it. This gentle refusal keeps the mind rooted. Over time, the body learns from this. It no longer prepares for what is not present. The nervous system calms because it is no longer being asked to respond to imagined events. Calm does not come from knowing how the day will go. It comes from knowing you are not required to be there yet. Anticipation also carries emotional assumptions. The mind predicts how things will feel. It expects stress, difficulty, or pressure. These expectations shape mood before anything has occurred. By removing anticipation, you remove premature emotion. You allow feelings to arise in response to reality, not forecasts. The Stoics valued this neutrality. They did not label the day as good or bad before it unfolded. They met events as they came, one at a time. This kept their inner state flexible. Anxiety depends on rigidity, on fixed expectations about how things should feel. Without anticipation, those expectations loosen. This practice does not eliminate planning. Planning has its place, but not at the cost of presence. The difference lies in timing. Planning is deliberate and contained. Anticipation is constant and uncontrolled. One serves you, the other drains you. By waking without anticipation, you choose timing over tension. As this habit fades, mornings begin to feel wider. Time slows slightly. The sense of being chased disappears. You are no longer catching up to a future that keeps moving away. You are simply here, awake, steady, and available. This creates a quiet confidence. Not the confidence that everything will go well, but the confidence that you do not need to live ahead of yourself to be ready. The day can arrive on its own. You will meet it when it does. From this grounded state, action becomes cleaner. Decisions become simpler. Energy is conserved instead of scattered. And anxiety, which feeds on anticipation, finds less and less space to grow. The mind learns a new rhythm, one moment at a time. No leaning forward, no rushing ahead, just waking, fully present, and letting the day come to you. As the habit of anticipation loosens, the mind becomes quieter, but not empty. In that quiet, anxiety can still appear, not as urgency, but as a signal that something might be wrong. It often feels serious, convincing, even protective. Yet, when watched closely, anxiety is not a warning about danger. It is a mistake in prediction. Anxiety is the mind guessing the future and getting it wrong. It predicts pain, failure, loss, or embarrassment, and then reacts as if that prediction were already true. The body tightens, the breath changes, attention narrows. All of this happens not because something is happening, but because something is imagined to happen. This is why anxiety can feel intense, even in complete safety. The mind is built to predict. It constantly looks for patterns, trying to stay ahead of life. This ability is useful when crossing a street or learning a skill, but when the mind predicts emotional outcomes, it often overestimates danger and underestimates your ability to handle it. Anxiety is born in this gap, the gap between what the mind predicts and what reality usually delivers. When anxiety appears, it presents itself as a threat. It says something bad is coming. It demands attention. It urges preparation. But if you observe it without reacting, you notice something important. Anxiety does not point to facts. It points to possibilities. And possibilities are not obligations. They do not require belief or response. The Stoics recognized this long before modern psychology gave it names. They understood that the mind confuses impressions with truth. A thought arrives, and the body reacts as if it were a message from reality itself. But most anxious thoughts are not messages. They are guesses, and guesses by nature are uncertain. Seeing anxiety as a prediction error changes how you relate to it. Instead of asking, "What is wrong?" you begin to ask, "What is my mind predicting right now?" This shift removes authority from the feeling. Anxiety no longer feels like a command. It becomes information about the mind's habits. The body reacts strongly to anxiety because it believes the prediction. It prepares for impact. But when you stop treating anxiety as a threat, the body receives a new signal. There is no immediate danger. The prediction is unconfirmed. The nervous system begins to settle, not because the future is guaranteed to be safe, but because it is no longer being treated as dangerous by default. Anxiety often feels urgent because the mind dislikes uncertainty. It would rather assume the worst than remain open. This gives the illusion of control, but control gained through fear is fragile. It creates tension without clarity. The Stoics chose a different path. They accepted uncertainty and trusted their ability to respond when needed. When you wake up and anxiety appears, it is often predicting how the day will feel. It forecasts stress, difficulty, or overwhelm. These predictions feel personal, but they are based on memory, not reality. The mind looks backward to guess forward. It assumes that because something was hard before, it will be hard again. This ignores the fact that every moment is new and your capacity is not fixed. By seeing anxiety as a prediction error, you stop arguing with it. There is no need to prove it wrong. There is no need to reassure yourself. You simply notice that the mind is predicting, and you choose not to act on that prediction. This removes friction. The feeling is allowed to exist without being obeyed. Over time, this changes the pattern. Predictions that are not rewarded with reaction lose strength. The mind learns that not every guess requires preparation. Anxiety softens because it is no longer treated as important. It becomes quieter, shorter, less convincing. This approach does not deny risk. It respects reality. Real threats are clear and immediate. Anxiety is vague and repetitive. Real danger calls for action. Anxiety calls for attention. By learning the difference, you conserve energy for when it truly matters. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from aligning with what is present, not what is feared. When you treat anxiety as a prediction error, you return to the present moment. You feel your body, you notice your breath, you ground yourself in what is actually happening. In most cases, what is happening is simply waking up. This does not mean anxiety will disappear instantly. It means it will no longer control you. It will rise and fall like a wave that is noticed but not followed. Each time you respond this way, you strengthen trust in yourself. Not trust that nothing bad will happen, but trust that you can handle what does. As this understanding settles, mornings become steadier. Anxiety loses its authority because it has been seen clearly. It is not a threat, it is a mistaken forecast. And like all forecasts, it improves when it is not taken as fact. From this place, the mind grows calmer, not by force, but by accuracy. It stops reacting to guesses and starts responding to reality. And with that shift, the day begins with more space, more balance, and far less fear guiding the way forward. As anxiety loses its grip as a false prediction, another force quietly tries to take its place. It does not arrive as fear, but as speed, a subtle pressure, a sense that something must be done right now. This feeling often appears the moment awareness sharpens, as if time itself is already slipping away. Morning urgency feels convincing because it feels physical. The body tightens, movements become faster, thoughts stack on top of each other. Even without a clear reason, there is a sense of being late for something unseen. This is not motivation. It is a reflex, and it has little to do with reality. Urgency in the morning is rarely caused by actual deadlines. Most days begin with enough time. What creates the pressure is the mind's habit of collapsing the future into the present. Tasks that belong to later hours are pulled forward and placed on your shoulders before you've even stood up. The mind treats the entire day as one single moment that must be handled all at once. This illusion is powerful because it mimics importance. When something feels urgent, it feels meaningful. The mind believes that rushing equals responsibility. Slowing down feels dangerous, as if calm might cause something to be missed. But this urgency is not responding to the day. It is reacting to an idea of the day. The Stoics warned against this exact pattern. They believed haste clouds judgment and weakens action. They practiced deliberate slowness, especially at the beginning of the day, because they understood that clarity cannot exist alongside inner rushing. When the mind moves faster than reality, it loses contact with both. Morning urgency often begins with language inside the mind, simple phrases that go unnoticed. I need to get going. There's no time. I'm already behind. These statements are rarely examined. They are accepted as facts, but when looked at closely, they are assumptions, not truths. The day has not yet demanded anything, yet the mind is already obeying an invisible clock. The body responds to this imagined demand as if it were real. Stress hormones rise, breathing becomes shallow, muscles tense. This creates the feeling that the urgency was justified. The body's reaction seems to confirm the mind's story. In reality, the reaction was caused by belief, not necessity. Urgency narrows attention. It pushes awareness forward, away from the present moment. This is why rushed mornings feel disorienting. You are physically here, but mentally elsewhere. This split creates mistakes, forgetfulness, and more stress, reinforcing the belief that you must rush even more next time. The Stoic approach is simple but challenging. They refuse to grant urgency authority unless it was unavoidable. They asked a quiet question: what truly requires action right now? In most mornings, the answer is very little. Breathing, standing, washing, beginning slowly. Everything else can wait until it actually arrives. When you allow the morning to unfold at its natural pace, the illusion weakens. You discover that calm does not cause failure. In fact, calm improves efficiency. Actions taken without rush are cleaner. Decisions are clearer. Energy is preserved instead of burned. Morning urgency also feeds on identity. The mind ties worth to productivity. It believes that moving fast proves value. Slowing down feels like laziness or neglect. The Stoics rejected this belief. They measured value by alignment, not speed. Doing one thing well was better than doing many things anxiously. Breaking the illusion does not require stopping your life. It requires restoring sequence. One moment follows another. You do not need to live all of them at once. When the mind learns this again, urgency fades because it is no longer needed to manage overload. There is also a deeper fear beneath urgency. The fear of losing control. The mind believes that if it does not stay ahead, something will go wrong. But control gained through rushing is unstable. It creates tension without direction. Control gained through presence is steady. It allows you to respond as events arise, not before. When urgency appears, you do not need to fight it. You notice it. You slow the body slightly. You allow one full breath. This small pause sends a signal to the nervous system. There is time. There is space. Nothing is chasing you. This pause is not delay. It is correction. Over time, mornings change. The body stops bracing. The mind stops racing. Urgency no longer sets the tone of the day. It may appear, but it is seen for what it is. A habit, not a requirement. A story, not a signal. The Stoics believed that the quality of the day depends on the quality of the mind that enters it. A rushed mind enters fragmented. A calm mind enters whole. When you release the illusion of morning urgency, you reclaim the right pace of your own life. From this steadier ground, action becomes intentional instead of reactive. The day unfolds without the constant feeling of being late for something undefined. And anxiety, which thrives on speed and pressure, finds less space to exist. What remains is not slowness for its own sake, but readiness without strain. The kind that allows you to move when it is time and rest when it is not. The morning becomes what it was always meant to be, a beginning, not a race. As the sense of urgency softens, the mind naturally looks for something to hold on to. Without rushing, without predicting, without bracing, it often fills the space with noise. Thoughts pile up quietly. Reminders, reflections, loose concerns. None of them urgent, yet together they create weight. This is where another hidden habit appears, the habit of carrying too much, too early. Mental clutter does not arrive all at once. It gathers. A thought about yesterday, a thought about later, a question with no answer yet, a problem that does not belong to this moment. Each one feels small, harmless on its own. But before sunrise, the mind is especially sensitive. It absorbs without filtering. By the time the body is ready to move, the mind is already full. Mental minimalism is the practice of choosing what enters awareness before the day begins. Not by force, not by suppression, but by simplicity. The Stoics believed the mind functions best when it is uncluttered. They compared it to clear water. When too much is stirred in, nothing can be seen clearly. Calm returns when unnecessary movement stops. Most people wake up and immediately begin collecting thoughts. What needs to be done? What should have been done? What might go wrong? This collection feels responsible, but it is not selective. Everything is treated as equally important. This creates confusion. When everything matters, nothing feels manageable. Before sunrise, the mind does not need information. It needs space, space to orient, space to settle, space to remember its center. Mental minimalism offers this by gently reducing input. Fewer thoughts, fewer internal conversations, fewer judgments about the day ahead. This does not mean emptying the mind completely. That goal creates frustration. Instead, it means allowing only what is necessary to remain. Breathing, awareness of the body, simple presence. Anything beyond that can wait. The Stoics practiced this by delaying engagement. They did not immediately respond to thoughts. They allowed them to pass without invitation. Cluttered mornings often lead to scattered days. When the mind starts overloaded, it continues seeking relief through distraction or control. This keeps anxiety active. A minimalist approach interrupts this cycle early. It tells the mind there is no need to solve life before the sun rises. Mental minimalism also reduces emotional noise. Many thoughts carry emotional charge: regret, worry, comparison. These emotions feel heavier in the morning because the mind has not yet grounded itself. By limiting thought activity, emotional intensity naturally lowers. The body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to multiple signals at once. One of the Stoic practices was to separate what belongs to now from what belongs later. This is a minimalist act. It removes future burdens from the present moment. When you wake up, very little actually belongs to you. You are alive, you are breathing. The rest will arrive in time. Carrying it early only creates strain. The mind resists minimalism at first. It believes activity equals safety. Silence feels unfamiliar. But silence is not emptiness. It is clarity without commentary. When the mind rests in this state, it becomes more stable, not less. Mental minimalism also protects attention. Attention scattered across many thoughts becomes weak. Attention focused on the present becomes strong. This strength is quiet. It does not rush. It does not strain. It simply remains available. Anxiety cannot thrive in this state because there is nothing for it to attach to. Another benefit of mental minimalism is perspective. When fewer thoughts are present, those that remain can be seen more clearly. You notice which ones are useful and which are habitual. This awareness grows naturally. There is no need to analyze. Seeing is enough. The Stoics valued this clarity because it allowed them to act from reason rather than impulse. A clear mind responds better. It chooses wisely. It does not waste energy on imagined problems. This begins before action, before movement, before the day asks anything of you. Minimalism, before sunrise, also changes how the body feels. Muscles soften, breathing deepens. The nervous system shifts out of alert mode. This physical calm reinforces mental calm. The two support each other without effort. Over time, this practice reshapes the morning identity. You are no longer someone who wakes up burdened. You become someone who wakes up available. Available to think when needed. Available to act when required. Available to rest when possible. Mental minimalism does not remove responsibility. It restores order. It places each thing in its proper time. This alone reduces anxiety more than effort ever could. The mind learns that it does not need to hold everything to function well. As this simplicity settles, mornings feel lighter. Not because life has fewer demands, but because the mind is no longer carrying them all at once. There is room again. Room to breathe. Room to notice. Room to begin without pressure. From this quieter foundation, the next layer of calm can take shape. One that allows emotions to exist without control, thoughts to pass without attachment, and the day to arrive without resistance. The reset continues, not by adding anything new, but by gently removing what was never needed. As the mind becomes simpler and less crowded, emotions start to stand out more clearly. Without the noise of rushing thoughts or mental clutter, feelings are easier to notice. And this is where many people unknowingly create a new form of tension. They try to feel better. They try to replace discomfort with positivity. They try to push themselves into a good mood before the day has even begun. This effort may look healthy, but it often backfires. Forcing positivity creates resistance. When the mind demands happiness, any emotion that does not fit becomes a problem. Calm turns into pressure. Neutral feelings turn into failure. Anxiety quietly returns, not because something is wrong, but because something is being rejected. The Stoics did not aim to feel good. They aimed to feel steady. Emotional neutrality was their ground. Not excitement, not joy, not optimism, just balance. They understood that emotions rise and fall on their own, and that peace comes from not interfering with that movement. Emotional neutrality means allowing feelings to exist without labeling them as good or bad. A heavy feeling can be present without being a threat. A light feeling can appear without being chased. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be enhanced. This removes pressure from the emotional system. When you wake up, emotions often arrive without explanation. A sense of heaviness, a sense of openness, a flatness. Many people immediately react to these feelings. They judge them. They try to improve them. They ask why they feel this way. This reaction creates tension. The original emotion was neutral. The response made it uncomfortable. Practicing emotional neutrality means letting the feeling be what it is, not turning it into a story, not assigning meaning, not demanding change. This allows emotions to move through the body naturally. Most emotions pass quickly when they are not resisted or fed. Positivity, when forced, becomes another form of control. The mind says, "I should feel better." This implies that the current state is unacceptable. The body senses this rejection and tightens. Anxiety grows because the system feels unsafe, expressing anything other than approved emotions. The Stoics believed that emotional stability comes from acceptance, not manipulation. They trained themselves to remain even regardless of emotional weather. This did not make them cold, it made them resilient. They could experience joy without attachment and discomfort without fear. Emotional neutrality also prevents emotional exhaustion. Constantly trying to feel good is tiring. It keeps the mind busy monitoring itself. Am I calm yet? Am I relaxed enough? This self-checking drains energy. Neutrality ends the monitoring. It allows you to simply be. When you stop chasing positive feelings, calm often appears on its own. Not as excitement, but as ease. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer being pushed. This ease is deeper than happiness. It is sustainable. Neutrality also creates honesty. You stop pretending. You stop performing for yourself. If the morning feels quiet, you allow it. If it feels dull, you allow that too. Nothing is wrong. This honesty builds trust between mind and body. Trust reduces anxiety. Another benefit of emotional neutrality is clarity. When emotions are not exaggerated or suppressed, they can be understood. You can feel something without becoming it. This distance gives perspective. You respond instead of react. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that emotions are temporary impressions, not truths. A feeling does not define the day. It does not predict the future. It does not require obedience. It can be acknowledged and left alone. This practice is especially powerful in the morning because emotions are more fluid. The mind has not yet hardened into patterns. By allowing neutrality early, you set a tone of openness. The day unfolds without emotional resistance. Neutrality does not mean numbness. You still feel. You still care. The difference is that feelings are no longer in charge. They are guests, not rulers. This reduces fear of emotions. Anxiety loses strength when it is no longer treated as dangerous. Over time, the emotional system learns safety. It no longer needs to signal loudly to be heard. Emotions become softer, shorter, less intense. This is not suppression. It is balance returning. Many people fear that without positivity, life will feel empty. The opposite happens. Without forced emotion, genuine moments stand out more clearly. Calm becomes richer. Simple pleasures feel natural. There is no pressure to amplify them. Emotional neutrality also prepares you for the unexpected. When the mind is not attached to feeling good, it is not shocked by difficulty. It adapts. This adaptability is the core of Stoic strength. As this practice settles, mornings become emotionally spacious. Whatever feeling arrives is allowed. Nothing is pushed away. Nothing is chased. The body remains relaxed because it is no longer being managed. From this steady ground, emotions regain their proper role. They inform without controlling. They pass without lingering. And anxiety, which depends on emotional resistance, finds less and less to work with. The day begins not with a demand to feel a certain way, but with permission to feel whatever is present. This permission is freedom, and in that freedom, calm becomes the natural state rather than a goal to reach. As emotional pressure eases and feelings are allowed to exist without being managed, something deeper begins to relax. It is not a thought or a mood. It is your sense of time. the way the day feels before it starts, the way moments seem to rush or drag. This is often where anxiety hides when everything else has quieted down. Time rarely moves the way we think it does. It stretches and compresses based on attention. When the mind is tense, time feels fast and threatening. When the mind is calm, time feels open and sufficient. The Stoics understood that anxiety is not just about events, but about how the mind experiences time itself. In the morning, time often feels compressed. There is a sense that the day is already running, already demanding, already ahead of you. This feeling is not caused by the clock. It is caused by the mind stepping outside the present moment and living several hours ahead. When the mind leaves now, time begins to feel scarce. Anxious time feels sharp. It pushes, it pressures, it creates the sense that you must hurry even when nothing urgent is happening. Calm time feels wide. It allows. It moves without forcing. The Stoic reset is not about slowing the clock. It is about returning the mind to where time actually is. The Stoics believed that the only time you ever truly live in is the present moment. The past exists as memory. The future exists as thought. Neither can touch you unless you step into them mentally. Anxiety pulls the mind forward into imagined futures. Regret pulls it backward. Both distort time. When you wake up, the mind often jumps ahead, scanning the hours to come. This creates the illusion that the entire day must be handled at once. The body reacts to this imagined stretch of time as if it were a single burden. This is exhausting. The Stoics trained themselves to shrink time back to its true size. One moment, nothing more. Resetting time perception begins with grounding attention. When you feel the body, notice the breath, or sense the room, time slows naturally. Not because it has changed, but because you are no longer spreading yourself across hours that do not exist yet. Anxiety thrives in imagined time. It needs future moments to justify itself. When the mind returns to now, anxiety loses its stage. There is nothing to fear in a single moment that is already happening. The present rarely contains the danger the future promises. The Stoics practiced this by refusing to borrow time. They did not live tomorrow today. They did not solve problems before they arrived. This was not avoidance. It was precision. They conserved energy by dealing with things only when they became real. When you reset time perception, the day stops feeling like a race. It becomes a sequence. One step, then the next. This reduces overwhelm because the mind is no longer trying to manage everything at once. It manages what is here. This shift also changes patience. When time feels scarce, patience disappears. Everything feels urgent. When time feels sufficient, patience returns naturally. You no longer rush thoughts, conversations, or actions. This steadiness protects against anxiety. Another effect of distorted time is self-pressure. The mind believes it is falling behind. Behind where? Behind an imagined schedule that exists only in thought. The Stoic reset removes this pressure by dissolving the false timeline. There is no behind. There is only now. This does not make you passive. It makes you accurate. You act when action is required. You rest when rest is available. You do not confuse anticipation with necessity. This accuracy brings relief. Time perception also affects identity. When time feels rushed, you feel rushed. When time feels open, you feel spacious. Anxiety tightens identity. Calm loosens it. The The Stoics aimed for this looseness. They did not define themselves by speed or output, but by alignment with reality. Resetting time perception is especially powerful in the morning because the day has not yet taken shape. The mind is still flexible. By choosing presence early, you set a rhythm that carries forward. Time remains a companion, not an enemy. As you practice this, you may notice moments stretching. A breath feels longer. Silence feels fuller. These are signs that the mind has returned to now. There is no need to hold on to them. They are natural results. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living in agreement with time, not fighting it. When you stop resisting the present and stop chasing the future, time becomes neutral. It neither pressures nor delays. It simply unfolds. From this grounded sense of time, the day becomes manageable again. Not because it is smaller, but because you are no longer scattered across it. Anxiety fades because it has no future to feed on. What remains is a steady awareness that you are exactly where you need to be in this moment. And this moment, when fully inhabited, is enough. As time settles back into its natural rhythm, another quiet habit becomes visible. It does not announce itself. It feels familiar, even comforting. It is the story you wake up inside, the one that tells you who you are, what your life means, and what today says about you. This story begins before you move, before you speak, before the day has a chance to show you anything new. The personal narrative is the mind's habit of turning experience into identity. A feeling appears and the story explains it. A thought arises and the story gives it meaning. You wake up tired and the story says something is wrong with you. You wake up anxious and the story says, this is how you are. None of this feels dramatic. It feels normal, but it quietly shapes the entire day. This narrative is built from memory, past struggles, old labels, repeated conclusions. The mind uses these pieces to predict who you will be today. It does this quickly, automatically, without asking permission. By the time you are fully awake, you are already someone in your mind. And once that identity is set, everything that follows gets filtered through it. The Stoics understood the danger of this. They knew that suffering increases when you confuse passing states with fixed truths. A feeling is temporary, a thought is fleeting, but the narrative turns both into statements about who you are and how life is going. This adds weight where none was needed. Waking up without a personal narrative does not mean losing your sense of self. It means postponing the story. It means allowing the morning to exist without interpretation. Instead of asking what this feeling says about you, you let the feeling be. Instead of explaining your mood, you let it pass. The narrative often begins with simple phrases. I'm always like this. This is going to be a hard day. Nothing ever changes. These thoughts feel honest because they are familiar. But familiarity is not truth. It is repetition. The Stoics believed that repetition creates illusion. The more a thought is repeated, the more real it feels, regardless of accuracy. When you wake up and immediately enter your story, the body reacts as if the story were reality. If the narrative is heavy, the body becomes heavy. If the narrative is tense, the body tightens. Anxiety grows not from what is happening, but from what the story predicts. By stepping out of the narrative, you interrupt this process. You meet the morning as raw experience, sensations without labels, thoughts without meaning, feelings without explanation. This may feel unfamiliar at first. The mind likes stories. Stories create continuity, but they also create limitation. The Stoics practiced seeing themselves as observers rather than characters. They noticed thoughts without becoming them. They allowed emotions without letting them define identity. This created inner freedom. They could experience difficulty without turning it into a statement about their worth or future. Without a narrative, the morning becomes open. You are not already behind. You are not already failing. You are not already tired of the day. You are simply awake. This neutrality creates space. Space allows choice. Choice reduces anxiety. The personal narrative often carries judgment. It compares you to who you think you should be. It measures today against yesterday. It evaluates progress. This constant evaluation keeps the mind tense. By removing the narrative, you remove the judge. What remains is experience without commentary. This does not mean the story disappears forever. It means you choose when to engage it. Later in the day, reflection can be useful, but in the morning, when the mind is most sensitive, stories do more harm than good. They set expectations that the day then struggles to meet. Waking without a narrative also restores freshness. Each morning becomes new rather than a continuation of old patterns. You stop assuming how the day will feel. You stop deciding who you will be before anything has happened. This openness reduces fear because there is nothing to protect or defend yet. Anxiety feeds on identity. It needs a self to worry about, a future to fear, a past to repeat. When the narrative quiets, anxiety loses its structure. It becomes just a sensation, not a story. And sensations pass. The Stoics believed that the self is not a fixed thing. It is a process, a movement. By loosening the narrative, you loosen the grip of rigid identity. You become adaptable, flexible, less threatened by change. This practice also reduces self-importance, not in a negative way, but in a relieving way. You stop carrying the burden of being someone. You are free to simply be present. This lightness is deeply calming. Over time, mornings become less predictable, but more peaceful. Not because life is controlled, but because it is not being pre-interpreted. You allow the day to speak for itself. You respond instead of reenacting. The Stoics did not erase their stories. They set them down when they were not needed. This allowed them to meet life with clarity rather than assumption. The same clarity is available to you. As the narrative loosens, the mind feels quieter, not empty, but unburdened. You are no longer waking up inside a story that must be maintained. You are waking up inside the present moment. From this place, the day can unfold without the weight of identity shaping every step. Anxiety fades because there is no longer a fixed self to defend or a future self to worry about. There is just awareness, steady and open, ready to meet what comes without needing to explain it first. As the personal story loosens and the morning is no longer framed by who you think you are, another quiet pressure reveals itself. It often hides behind good intentions. It sounds responsible, mature, necessary. It is the feeling that as soon as you wake up, you are already accountable for everything that might happen next. This sense of responsibility appears early, before emails, before messages, before anyone asks anything of you. The mind assumes a role the moment consciousness returns. It believes it must hold the day together, that it must manage outcomes, prevent problems, carry other people's needs, and stay ahead of what could go wrong. This weight feels serious, but it is largely imagined. The early hours create a false sense of duty because the world is still quiet. With no external demands yet, The mind fills the silence by assigning itself tasks. It starts guarding the future. It rehearses conversations. It worries on behalf of others. This creates the illusion that you are already responsible for results that have not even begun to form. The Stoics saw this as a misunderstanding of control. They believed responsibility begins at the moment action is possible, not before. Taking responsibility too early does not make you more effective. It makes you tense. You carry obligations without context, without information, without the ability to act on them. This is not responsibility. It is self-imposed burden. When you wake up, very little is actually required of you. Breathing, rising, entering the day. Yet, the mind treats this moment as if it were the center of everything. It confuses readiness with ownership. It believes that by holding everything in mind, it is doing its job. In reality, it is exhausting itself before the work even begins. False responsibility often shows up as guilt. Guilt for resting. Guilt for not thinking ahead. Guilt for not feeling motivated yet. These feelings push the mind into action prematurely. The body responds with tension because it senses pressure without clarity. The Stoics separated duty from anxiety. They fulfilled their responsibilities fully, but only when the time came. They did not rehearse responsibility. They did not carry it as a constant weight. They trusted that when action was required, they would act. This trust is what dissolves the false responsibility of early hours. You remind yourself that responsibility is situational. It belongs to moments, not to time blocks. You cannot respond to what has not arrived. Holding it early does not make you prepared. It makes you strained. Early responsibility also feeds the belief that rest must be earned. The mind thinks it must first organize, worry, or plan before it can relax. This reverses the natural order. Calm should come before effort, not after. When you begin the day already carrying responsibility, rest feels undeserved. The Stoics believed rest was part of wisdom, not a reward. A clear mind acts better. A rested nervous system responds more accurately. By releasing responsibility until it is truly needed, you protect the quality of your actions later. Another aspect of false responsibility is emotional ownership. You may feel responsible for how the day will feel, for other people's reactions, for potential conflicts. This emotional forecasting creates anxiety because it places you in charge of things you cannot control. When you release this, something softens. You allow others to carry their own emotions. You allow events to unfold. You remain available, but not burdened. This distinction is crucial. Availability is calm. Burden is anxiety. False responsibility also distorts self-worth. The mind ties value to how much it carries. Letting go feels like neglect. But the Stoics measured worth differently. They valued alignment with reality, carrying what belongs to you, releasing what does not. When you wake up and feel the weight of responsibility, you can gently ask one question. Is there something I can act on right now? Often the answer is no. This is not avoidance, it is accuracy. You return responsibility to its proper time. As this practice develops, mornings become lighter. Not careless, not indifferent, simply unburdened. You stop being on duty before your shift begins. You allow the day to approach you instead of running ahead to meet it. The body responds quickly to this release. Shoulders drop, breathing deepens. The nervous system exits alert mode. Anxiety fades because it no longer has a role to play. There is nothing to manage yet. This does not make you less dependable. It makes you more present. When responsibility actually arrives, you meet it with energy that has not been spent prematurely. You respond instead of react. The Stoics trusted timing. They believed life unfolds moment by moment, and wisdom lies in meeting each moment fully, not all moments at once. Early responsibility collapses time. Proper responsibility respects sequence. As this understanding settles, the morning regains its simplicity. You are not the caretaker of the entire day. You are simply awake, ready when needed, rested until then. From this grounded place, the day unfolds with less pressure. Actions feel cleaner. Decisions feel lighter. Anxiety loses its fuel because there is no longer an imagined load to carry before the work begins. What remains is a quiet confidence. Not the confidence that everything will go smoothly, but the confidence that you do not need to carry life before it asks you to. The morning becomes what it was always meant to be, a beginning, not a burden. As the weight of false responsibility falls away, another subtle source of tension steps into view. It does not come from tasks or time or identity. It comes from eyes that are not there. A quiet sense of being watched, measured, evaluated, even when you are alone. This pressure often appears early, before the day has begun, shaping how you think and feel without you noticing why. The mind has a habit of creating audiences, not real people in the room, but imagined observers who seem to follow your thoughts, your choices, your progress. They might sound like co-workers, family members, strangers, or even past versions of yourself. Their presence is silent, yet their influence is strong. They judge how you are doing, how you should feel, how well you are handling life. And because they are imagined, they never leave. This imaginary audience creates anxiety by turning inner life into a performance. Instead of waking up into your own experience, you wake up onto a stage. Thoughts are filtered, feelings are monitored, actions are pre-evaluated. Even rest can feel exposed, as if someone might question whether you deserve it. This habit often begins early in life. We learn to see ourselves through the eyes of others. Approval becomes safety. Disapproval becomes threat. Over time, these external voices move inside. They no longer need real people to activate them. The mind does it automatically. By morning, the audience is already seated. The Stoics were deeply aware of this trap. They believed much suffering comes from caring about opinions that exist only in imagination. They taught that peace requires separating what is real from what is assumed. An imaginary audience has no power unless you give it belief. It cannot act, it cannot speak, it cannot decide anything for you. Yet the body reacts to it as if it were real. When you wake up under the gaze of an imagined audience, anxiety feels justified. You feel pressure to perform life correctly, to be calm enough, productive enough, together enough. This creates tension because the standards are unclear and constantly shifting. Imaginary audiences are never satisfied. They always expect more. This pressure often disguises itself as self-improvement. The mind says it is motivating you, keeping you sharp, making sure you do not fall behind. But what it is really doing is keeping you self-conscious. Self-consciousness divides attention. Part of you lives the moment. Another part watches and evaluates. This split drains energy and creates anxiety. The Stoics practiced turning attention inward, away from imagined observers. They asked a simple question: is this within my control? The opinions of others were not, especially imagined ones. By letting go of this concern, they reclaimed mental space. Imaginary audiences are especially active in the morning because the mind is still forming. Without external input yet, internal voices grow louder. The mind fills the quiet with imagined judgment. You may feel watched even in stillness. This makes relaxation difficult. It feels like being seen doing nothing. When you recognize this pattern, something changes. You notice that no one is actually there. The pressure dissolves slightly. The body softens. The performance ends. You return to direct experience. Breathing, sensation, awareness, no audience required. Letting go of imaginary audiences does not mean ignoring real relationships. It means not living your inner life for approval. Real conversations happen later. Real feedback arrives in real time. There is no need to rehearse or defend before it exists. This practice also reduces comparison. Imaginary audiences often compare you to others. They measure progress. They rank outcomes. This creates dissatisfaction because there is always someone ahead. The Stoics avoided comparison because it removes attention from what you are actually doing. Without imaginary audiences, the mind becomes private again. Thoughts do not need to be justified. Feelings do not need to be explained. You can experience the morning honestly without adjusting for how it might look. Anxiety depends on being seen. It thrives on imagined exposure. When there is no audience, anxiety loses urgency. There is no one to impress, no one to disappoint, no standard to meet before the day has begun. This also restores dignity. You stop treating yourself as an object to be evaluated. You become a participant in life rather than a subject under review. This shift brings calm because it removes the constant need to manage perception. The Stoics believed that character is shaped by actions, not by imagined opinions. They acted according to values, not approval. This allowed them to remain steady even when misunderstood. In the quiet of the morning, this steadiness begins by letting go of the invisible crowd. As this habit fades, mornings become more intimate. You are alone with yourself in a healthy way. Thoughts come and go without commentary. Emotions rise and fall without explanation. There is no performance, only presence. Over time, this freedom spreads into the day. You speak more honestly. You act more directly. You worry less about how things appear and more about how they are. Anxiety diminishes because it no longer has an audience to play to. The mind learns that it does not need to be watched to function well. In fact, it functions best when unobserved. Creativity returns. Calm deepens. Effort feels natural instead of forced. As the imaginary audience leaves, a quiet confidence takes its place. Not confidence in being seen well, but confidence in not needing to be seen at all. You are no longer waking up to perform. You are waking up to live. From this place, the inner world becomes calmer and more honest. Anxiety fades because there is no longer a stage for it to act on. The morning belongs to you again, untouched by eyes that were never there. As the imaginary audience fades, something even quieter is revealed. A habit so familiar, it often goes unnoticed. The habit of checking in on yourself the moment you wake up, not to notice how you are, but to judge it. Am I okay? Am I calm enough? Am I ready? Am I behind? This self-evaluation happens fast, almost automatically, and it sets the emotional temperature of the entire day. Self-evaluation feels responsible. It sounds like awareness, but it is not neutral observation. It is measurement. The mind compares how you feel now with how you think you should feel, and in that comparison, tension is born. If the result is not positive, the body tightens. Something feels wrong. Anxiety steps in to fix what was never broken. The problem is not noticing your state. The problem is scoring it. The moment you wake up and assess yourself, you turn the morning into a test, and tests create pressure. There is a sense that you must pass before the day can begin properly. Calm becomes a requirement instead of a natural state. The Stoics understood that judgment is the source of unnecessary suffering. They taught that events themselves are neutral, and so are internal states. What causes distress is the label placed on them. When you wake up tired and decide that tiredness is bad, the body resists it. When you wake up anxious and decide that anxiety should not be there, it grows stronger. Waking up without self-evaluation means allowing your internal state to exist without commentary. You notice sensations without naming them as problems. You feel without concluding. This removes friction. Emotions move freely when they are not judged. Self-evaluation often hides behind productivity. The mind asks if you are motivated enough, focused enough, disciplined enough. These questions arrive before you have even entered the day. They create a sense of failure before effort has begun. This early failure fuels anxiety because it suggests you are already behind. The Stoics believed that worth is not decided moment to moment. They did not wake up and measure their value. They focused on intention and action, not internal conditions. They trusted that the mind and body fluctuate naturally. A low-energy morning did not mean a poor day. It simply meant a low-energy morning. When you remove self-evaluation, mornings become gentler. You stop asking yourself to perform emotionally. You stop monitoring whether you are calm enough. Calm arrives more easily when it is not demanded. Self-evaluation also creates hyper-awareness. The mind keeps checking in. How do I feel now? Is it better yet? This constant scanning keeps the nervous system alert. Anxiety thrives on this monitoring. When you stop checking, the system relaxes. This does not mean ignoring your internal world. It means meeting it without judgment. You notice sensations the way you notice weather. Present, changing, not personal. A cloudy morning does not mean the sky has failed. A heavy feeling does not mean you have failed. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on what was within their control. Feelings were not. Responses were. By letting go of evaluating how they felt, they preserved energy for how they acted. This distinction is key. Feelings do not need to be fixed to act well. Waking without self-evaluation also restores trust. You trust that your system knows how to regulate itself when it is not interfered with. The body has its own rhythm. The mind has its own cycles. Judging them disrupts this natural process. Another effect of self-evaluation is comparison with the past. You remember mornings when you felt better and conclude that today is worse. This comparison creates disappointment. Without evaluation, there is no comparison. Today is simply today. Self-evaluation also feeds identity. You begin to define yourself by how you feel in the morning. This creates fragile self-esteem. By removing evaluation, you remove this fragility. You are no longer as good as your mood. When you wake up and allow the moment to be what it is, something surprising happens. The body relaxes, the mind slows. Feelings shift on their own. Not because you fixed them, but because you stopped interfering. This practice takes patience. The habit of self-evaluation is deeply ingrained, but each time you notice it and choose not to engage, you weaken its hold. Over time, the urge to judge fades. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from seeing things as they are, not as they should be. This applies inwardly as well. When you stop evaluating yourself, you see yourself more clearly. Mornings become simpler. You wake up. You notice. You proceed. There is no verdict, no score, no internal report card. The day does not begin with approval or disapproval. It simply begins. From this place, anxiety loses another support. It cannot grow without judgment. It cannot convince you something is wrong if nothing is being measured. What remains is a quiet acceptance of your internal state. Not passive, not careless, just honest. This honesty creates stability. Stability creates calm. As self-evaluation fades, you no longer wake up to assess yourself. You wake up to be present. And presence, when uninterrupted by judgment, is naturally peaceful. As the habit of self-evaluation loosens, another subtle attachment becomes visible. It is not about judging yourself, but about believing your mood means something important. The feeling you wake up with begins to feel like a message, a forecast, a signal about how the day will go. This belief quietly gives mood power it was never meant to have. Morning mood is often treated like a verdict. If it feels heavy, the day is assumed to be hard. If it feels light, the day is expected to go well. This happens without conscious thought. The mind accepts the mood as truth, instead of seeing it as a temporary state. Anxiety grows when the mood is unpleasant because it is mistaken for a warning. The Stoics did not give moods authority. They saw them as passing conditions, not guides. A mood was no more meaningful than a change in weather. It could be noticed, but it was never obeyed. This detachment protected them from emotional overreaction, especially in the quiet hours of the morning when feelings feel larger than they are. Mood in the morning is often influenced by the body, not the mind. Sleep quality, hormones, digestion, light and fatigue all play a role. Yet the mind interprets these physical signals as emotional meaning. A low mood becomes a story about life. A restless mood becomes fear about the future. This misinterpretation is where anxiety takes root. Detachment does not mean suppressing or ignoring mood. It means removing identification. You feel a mood, but you do not become it. You notice heaviness without deciding you are heavy. You notice restlessness without deciding something is wrong. This creates space between awareness and emotion. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that feelings do not dictate character or outcome. A calm day can follow a heavy morning. A productive day can follow a dull one. Mood does not determine capability. It only colors perception when believed. When you attach to mood, the body reacts defensively. If the mood is unpleasant, the nervous system tightens, preparing for difficulty. This reaction amplifies the original feeling. What began as mild heaviness becomes anxiety because it is being resisted. Detachment breaks this cycle. When you allow the mood to exist without reacting to it, the body receives a signal of safety. There is no threat. Nothing needs to change. This alone often softens the feeling naturally. Morning mood also fluctuates quickly. What feels strong at waking often fades within minutes when not fed. But when it is analyzed or feared, it lingers. The Stoics trusted impermanence. They knew that moods pass faster when left alone. Another reason mood becomes powerful in the morning is expectation. Many people believe they should wake up feeling good, motivated, or calm. When reality does not match this expectation, disappointment appears. Detachment removes this expectation. There is no requirement to feel any particular way. This practice also reduces emotional forecasting. When you stop believing mood predicts the day, you stop projecting fear forward. A low mood is no longer a sign of future struggle. It is just a state passing through. The Stoics believed the wise person acts according to principle, not feeling. This does not mean ignoring emotion. It means not allowing emotion to decide direction. You can feel heavy and still move gently into the day. You can feel restless and still remain steady. Detachment from mood also restores agency. When mood is not in charge, you regain choice. You can decide how to respond regardless of how you feel. This choice is deeply calming. Anxiety fades when you no longer feel at the mercy of internal states. This does not require effort. It requires perspective. You simply remind yourself that mood is information, not instruction. It tells you how the system feels, not what the day means. Over time, moods lose intensity because they are no longer amplified by belief. The body learns that feelings can exist without consequences. This safety allows emotions to regulate themselves. Mourning becomes less dramatic. There is no need to check how you feel before proceeding. You proceed first, and feelings adjust naturally. The day unfolds without being pre-colored by emotion. The Stoics practiced this detachment daily. They did not wake up asking how they felt. They woke up asking how they would act. This shift moves attention away from internal fluctuation and toward steady presence. As this understanding settles, mornings become emotionally quieter. Not because emotions disappear, but because they no longer dominate awareness. They move in the background instead of the foreground. Anxiety weakens here because it depends on emotional interpretation. When mood is no longer treated as meaningful, anxiety has nothing to build on. What remains is a calm neutrality. You wake up as you are, no better, no worse, just present. And presence, when not distorted by mood attachment, is naturally stable. From this place, the day begins without emotional prediction. You are not waiting to feel right before living. You are living, and feelings follow in their own time. This quiet detachment becomes a foundation that carries you forward with steadiness rather than fear. As mood loses its authority and emotions are no longer treated as signals, another habit quietly surfaces. It is not loud. It feels almost thoughtful, even caring. The habit of carrying pain that does not belong to now. The mind reaches forward, feels what might hurt later, and brings that feeling into the present as if it were necessary preparation. This is the habit of borrowing tomorrow's pain. It happens early, often before the body has fully woken up. A future conversation is felt as tension now. A possible failure is felt as disappointment now. A challenge that has not arrived is felt as exhaustion now. The mind believes it is helping by feeling ahead of time, but all it is doing is suffering in advance. Borrowed pain feels responsible. It sounds like realism. The mind says it is being honest about what is coming. But there is nothing honest about feeling pain twice. Once in thought and once in reality, if it even happens at all. Most of what the mind prepares for never arrives the way it predicts. The Stoics were clear about this. They believed it was irrational to live future pain before it was required. Not because pain should be avoided, but because it should be met only when it is real. Suffering early does not make suffering later easier. It only drains strength. When you wake up and the mind begins to anticipate difficulty, it often pulls emotional weight from the future into the present. The body responds immediately. Muscles tighten, breathing changes, energy drops. You feel tired before effort begins. This fatigue feels real because it is real, but it is caused by imagination, not action. Borrowing pain also creates a false sense of heaviness around the day. The future begins to feel overwhelming because parts of it are already being carried. The mind believes the day is too much because it is trying to live it all at once. This leads to anxiety, not because life is unmanageable, but because time has been collapsed. The Stoics practiced keeping pain in its proper place. They acknowledged that difficulty may come, but they refused to feel it until it arrived. They trusted their ability to respond in the moment, rather than rehearsing distress ahead of time. This trust reduced fear because it preserved energy. Borrowed pain often disguises itself as empathy. You feel pain for others before they feel it themselves. You worry on their behalf. You suffer for outcomes that may never occur. This feels caring, but it is unnecessary. True care is responsive, not anticipatory. It meets reality when it is present. The mind borrows pain because it fears being unprepared. It believes that if it feels pain early, it will be less shocked later. But pain does not work this way. Emotional pain is not softened by rehearsal. It is softened by resilience, presence, and clarity. These qualities are built by staying grounded, not by suffering early. When you notice borrowed pain, the first step is recognition. You ask yourself a simple question. Is this happening now? Most of the time, the answer is no. This question returns you to the present. The body relaxes slightly. The mind pauses. There is relief in accuracy. The Stoics did not deny future challenges. They simply refused to live them prematurely. They believed that the present moment contains enough to deal with. Anything beyond that is unnecessary load. This discipline protected their peace. Borrowing pain also creates emotional debt. You begin the day already depleted. Tasks feel heavier. Interactions feel harder. Motivation drops. This reinforces the belief that the future is overwhelming, creating a loop of anxiety. Breaking the loop requires returning pain to its rightful time. This practice does not require optimism. It requires discipline. You allow yourself to say, if pain comes, I will feel it then. Not now. This is not avoidance. It is respect for your nervous system. The body responds quickly when pain is returned to the future. Muscles soften, breathing deepens, energy returns. Anxiety fades because the system is no longer responding to imagined injury. Borrowed pain also narrows perception. When you feel future pain now, you miss what is neutral or even pleasant in the present. The morning becomes colored by something that has not arrived. By releasing borrowed pain, you allow the present to be experienced fully. The Stoics believed that suffering is bearable when it is singular. It becomes unbearable when multiplied by imagination. Borrowing pain multiplies suffering. Presence reduces it. Over time, this practice builds confidence. You learn that you do not need to pre-suffer to survive. You discover that you are capable of meeting difficulty when it comes. This reduces fear of the future because you trust yourself more. Mornings become lighter, not because the future has changed, but because it is no longer being carried prematurely. You wake up into what is, not what might be. Anxiety weakens here because it relies on future pain being felt now. When you refuse this habit, anxiety loses its substance. There is nothing to react to. What remains is steadiness. You move into the day without borrowed weight. You meet moments as they arrive, not before. This restores balance to the mind and body. The Stoics believed life should be lived one moment at a time, not endured all at once. When you stop borrowing tomorrow's pain, you return to this simple truth. From this place, the day feels possible again. Not easy, not perfect, but manageable. And that is enough. As borrowed pain is returned to its proper time, the body feels lighter, but the mind often reaches for one last condition before allowing peace. It says, "Not yet, not until you feel ready." This readiness becomes a gatekeeper. Calm is delayed, action is postponed, rest is withheld. The day is put on hold until some internal signal gives permission. The need to feel ready is deeply ingrained. It sounds reasonable. You should feel prepared before you begin. You should feel confident before you act. You should feel calm before you move forward. But this belief quietly creates anxiety, because readiness is not something the mind delivers on demand. It is something the mind keeps promising but rarely provides. In the morning, this habit is especially strong. You may wait to feel clear before getting up. You may wait to feel motivated before starting. You may wait to feel less anxious before engaging with the day. While you wait, tension builds. The body senses delay. The mind keeps checking. Are we ready yet? This checking keeps the nervous system active and unsettled. The Stoics understood that readiness is often a myth. They did not wait for internal conditions to align before acting. They acted according to reason and principle, not feeling. They knew that clarity often follows action, not the other way around. Calm arrives when movement begins, not before. The need to feel ready creates a loop. You wait for readiness. The waiting creates anxiety. Anxiety prevents readiness. The loop tightens. The day begins with frustration, not because anything is wrong, but because you are waiting for a feeling that does not need to come. Readiness also creates self-doubt. If you do not feel ready, you assume something is lacking. You question yourself. This questioning feeds anxiety. The mind turns inward, searching for what is missing. This search has no end because readiness is not a fixed state. It fluctuates. The Stoics believed that the mind becomes steady through engagement, not hesitation. They trusted their ability to respond in motion. They did not require certainty before stepping forward. They required presence. This presence was enough. Releasing the need to feel ready does not mean acting recklessly. It means acting without waiting for emotional permission. You move gently. You begin imperfectly. You allow yourself to enter the day as you are. This removes pressure because there is no standard to meet before starting. When you stop waiting to feel ready, the body relaxes. The tension of delay dissolves. The nervous system receives a signal that movement is safe. Anxiety often decreases simply because the system is no longer stuck in anticipation. The idea of readiness also distorts time. The mind believes that readiness will arrive later. Later becomes a moving target. The present is never enough. This creates dissatisfaction. The Stoics rejected this postponement. They lived where they were, not where they hoped to be internally. Another hidden cost of needing readiness is avoidance. Tasks feel heavier because you believe you must feel different to face them. In reality, tasks often become easier once you engage them, even without readiness. The resistance fades when action begins. The Stoics practiced beginning where they were, tired, uncertain, unmotivated. None of these states prevented action. They acted with what they had. This built confidence not in feelings, but in capability. Capability reduces anxiety because it is grounded in experience. Releasing readiness also restores trust in the body. The body knows how to wake, move, and engage without mental approval. When you stop interrupting this process, things flow more naturally. The mind follows instead of leads. This practice is especially important in the morning because the mind is still forming. Waiting for readiness during this time sets a tone of hesitation. Beginning gently sets a tone of trust. The difference carries through the day. You may notice resistance when you release readiness. The mind may protest. It may warn that you are unprepared. You do not argue. You simply proceed calmly. This teaches the mind that readiness is not required for safety. Over time, the urge to wait fades. You no longer check how you feel before acting. You feel as you act. Emotions adjust naturally. Calm appears not as a requirement, but as a result. The Stoics believed that life is lived forward, not rehearsed inwardly. Waiting to feel ready is a form of rehearsal. It delays living. Releasing it returns you to experience. Mornings become smoother when readiness is no longer demanded. You wake up and begin. No ceremony, no internal approval, just movement into the day. Anxiety weakens here because it thrives on hesitation. When you stop waiting for the perfect internal state, anxiety loses leverage. There is nothing to block. What remains is a quiet willingness. Willingness to begin without certainty. Willingness to move without guarantees. This willingness is steadier than readiness ever was. From this place, the day opens naturally. Not because you felt ready, but because you stopped requiring it. And in that release, the mind finds the calm it was waiting for all along. As the need to feel ready dissolves, something unexpected becomes possible. A pause, not hesitation, not delay, but a quiet space before the mind begins its usual movement. This space is brief, often missed, yet it holds more power than effort ever could. It is the moment before thought. Most mornings, thought starts immediately. The mind begins speaking before awareness fully settles. Plans, concerns, reminders appear as if they are required for waking itself. But the Stoics trained a different skill. They learned how to wake without immediately thinking. They rested awareness in stillness before the first thought took shape. Mental stillness before thought is not emptiness. It is awareness without commentary. The mind is awake, but not yet narrating. This state is natural. You experience it briefly every day, often without noticing. In the seconds between sleep and thinking, anxiety rushes in when this stillness is skipped. Thought creates momentum. Once the first thought appears, others follow. One idea pulls another. The mind gains speed. Stillness prevents this chain from forming. It interrupts anxiety at its root before it becomes structure. The Stoics believed that thoughts are impressions, not commands. But if impressions are allowed to arrive unchecked, they take control. By resting in stillness first, they ensured that thought followed awareness, not the other way around. This practice does not require effort. Effort creates tension. It simply requires not reaching for thought immediately. When you wake up, instead of engaging the first idea that appears, you allow awareness to remain with sensation. Breathing, warmth, weight, presence. Thought can wait. The mind resists this at first. It believes thinking is necessary for safety. Silence feels unfamiliar, but this discomfort is brief. The nervous system quickly recognizes that nothing is wrong. There is no threat in stillness. In fact, there is relief. Mental stillness changes the quality of thoughts that follow. Thoughts that arise from stillness are fewer, clearer, and less reactive. They are responses, not reflexes. Anxiety depends on reflexive thought. Without it, anxiety has no momentum. The Stoics valued this skill because it restored choice. When you begin from stillness, you decide which thoughts deserve attention. You are no longer pulled by the first one that arrives. This choice creates freedom. Stillness also dissolves urgency. When the mind is quiet, there is no rush. Time feels neutral. The day has not yet been defined. This neutrality is calming because nothing is being demanded. Another benefit of stillness before thought is emotional regulation. Emotions often ride on thoughts. Without immediate thought, emotions remain soft. They do not escalate. The body stays relaxed because it is not reacting to mental stimulation. The Stoics practiced this by returning to the present moment repeatedly. They did not let the mind wander unchecked. They grounded awareness in what was real. This groundedness prevented emotional storms from forming. Mental stillness also reduces identity formation. When thought is delayed, the story of who you are does not immediately activate. You are not yet someone with problems or plans. You are simply aware. This simplicity is deeply calming. This practice does not eliminate thinking. It refines it. Thought becomes intentional, useful, limited. Anxiety thrives on excess thinking. Stillness starves it. The body responds quickly to this shift. Breathing slows, muscles soften. The nervous system exits alert mode. Calm is not created, it is revealed. Stillness before thought also trains patience. You learn that not everything requires immediate interpretation. Life can be experienced directly. This direct experience is less threatening than mental commentary. The Stoics believed wisdom begins in silence, not silence of speech, but silence of unnecessary thought. From this silence, clarity emerges naturally. You may notice that after practicing this, thoughts lose urgency. They arrive without force. You can let them pass or engage them without struggle. This reduces mental fatigue. Mornings become quieter, not dull, clear. You are awake without being overwhelmed. The mind feels spacious rather than crowded. This stillness does not require time. Even a few seconds make a difference. The key is placement, before thought, not after. Once the mind is racing, stillness is harder to find. Before it starts, it is effortless. The Stoics understood timing. They knew prevention was easier than correction. Stillness before thought prevents anxiety from forming rather than trying to calm it later. As this skill develops, the mind begins to trust silence. It no longer rushes to fill space. Anxiety fades because there is nothing to react to. You may find that you carry this stillness into the day. Pauses appear naturally, reactions slow, decisions feel cleaner. The nervous system remains balanced longer. This is not withdrawal from life. It is alignment with it. You act from awareness instead of habit. The Stoics did not seek constant calm. They sought stability. Mental stillness before thought is the foundation of that stability. It anchors the mind before it moves. From this place, the day unfolds without the usual mental noise leading the way. Anxiety has no foothold because thought no longer rushes ahead of awareness. What remains is a quiet readiness. Not the readiness you waited for before, but a natural readiness that comes from being present. And in this presence, the mind finally rests, not because it was forced to, but because it has nothing left to chase. As mental stillness becomes familiar, something surprising often happens. Calm appears, and instead of relief, there is discomfort. a strange sense that something is missing. The mind scans for what it should be doing. The body waits for tension that does not arrive. Calm feels unfamiliar, even wrong. This reaction confuses many people, and it quietly pulls them back into anxiety without them realizing why. Calm feels unnatural at first because the nervous system has learned a different baseline. For many, tension has been present for so long that it feels normal. Busyness, worry, and alertness have become the body's reference point. When those signals fade, the system does not immediately relax. It becomes suspicious. It wonders why nothing is happening. The mind has been trained to associate activity with safety. Thinking, planning, worrying, preparing all feel productive. They give the illusion of control. Calm removes that illusion. There is no constant checking, no scanning, no internal noise. This quiet can feel like exposure, as if something important is being overlooked. The Stoics understood this reaction. They knew that peace can feel uncomfortable to a mind accustomed to struggle. They did not interpret this discomfort as failure. They saw it as adjustment. When the system changes patterns, there is resistance. Calm is not rejected because it is harmful, but because it is unfamiliar. An anxious mind is used to stimulation. It expects problems to solve. When calm arrives, there is nothing to fix. The mind feels unnecessary. This can trigger restlessness. Thoughts may appear suddenly, not because they are needed, but because the mind is trying to return to familiar territory. Calm also removes distraction from deeper sensations. When noise fades, you may notice subtle feelings that were previously masked. Fatigue, emotion, vulnerability. These sensations are not new. They were simply covered by constant mental activity. When they surface, the mind may interpret them as danger. The Stoics practiced staying with this discomfort without reacting. They did not rush to fill the silence. They allowed the nervous system to recalibrate. Over time, calm stopped feeling empty and began to feel stable. This stability is quieter than excitement, but far stronger. Another reason calm feels unnatural is identity. Many people unconsciously define themselves by effort. Being busy feels like being valuable. Being tense feels like being responsible. Calm challenges this identity. Without effort, who are you? Without tension, are you still doing enough? These questions arise not because calm is wrong, but because identity is shifting. The body also needs time to relearn safety. Stress hormones may have been elevated for years. When they drop, the system does not immediately trust the change. It stays alert, waiting for the familiar signal to return. This is why calm can feel fragile at first. The Stoics believed that patience was essential here. They did not demand immediate comfort. They allowed the body and mind to adapt gradually. They trusted that calm would deepen with time, not through force. Trying to make calm feel good often backfires. When you evaluate calm, asking whether it feels right yet, you reintroduce tension. Calm cannot be monitored into comfort. It must be lived into familiarity. It helps to understand that calm is not excitement. It is not stimulation. It is absence of unnecessary strain. If you expect calm to feel dramatic, you may miss it entirely. Calm is subtle. It does not announce itself. It simply allows things to be as they are. The Stoics compared this to stepping out of a storm. At first, the silence feels strange. Your ears ring. Your body waits for wind that is no longer there. Only after time do you realize how much noise you were carrying. As you stay with calm, the nervous system begins to trust it. The body learns that nothing bad happens when tension is absent. This trust is what turns calm into ease. Anxiety fades not because it is fought, but because it is no longer needed. There may be moments when the mind tries to recreate tension just to feel normal again. This is not failure, it is habit releasing its grip. Each time you notice this and return to stillness, the pattern weakens. The Stoics believed that virtue lies in endurance, not excitement. Calm endurance, not dramatic peace. They valued steadiness over intensity. This steadiness feels plain at first, but it is what sustains you. As calm becomes familiar, it stops feeling empty and starts feeling supportive. Decisions become easier, reactions slow. Energy feels cleaner. You are not drained by inner conflict. Morning calm, once unfamiliar, becomes grounding. It feels like standing on solid ground instead of shifting sand. You are no longer waiting for tension to arrive. You are no longer suspicious of quiet. Anxiety loses power here because calm is no longer threatening. The mind stops trying to escape it. The body relaxes into it. What once felt unnatural becomes home. Not because life is perfect, but because the nervous system has learned that peace is safe. The Stoics knew this transformation took time. They welcomed the initial discomfort as proof that change was happening. Calm was not something to be chased, it was something to grow into. And as you grow into it, mornings no longer feel empty or strange. They feel steady, familiar, yours. As calm becomes more familiar and no longer feels like a threat, another quiet shift begins. The mind stops reacting to the absence of tension, but it may still cling to something deeper. The belief that how you wake up says something about who you are. This link between morning state and identity is subtle, but it shapes the entire day without asking permission. Many people wake up and immediately draw conclusions about themselves. If the morning feels heavy, they assume they are weak, unmotivated, or failing. If it feels light, they feel capable and hopeful. This happens automatically. The feeling becomes a label. The label becomes a self-image. The day then unfolds under that identity. The Stoics warned against this mistake. They believed identity should not be built from passing conditions. A mood, a thought, or a physical sensation is not character. It is weather. When identity is tied to the morning, it becomes unstable because mornings are unstable by nature. The body wakes differently each day. Sleep, stress, food, hormones, and countless unseen factors influence how you feel. None of these reflect who you are, yet the mind treats them as evidence. A tired morning becomes a tired self. An anxious morning becomes an anxious person. This is how identity quietly hardens around temporary states. Breaking the morning identity link means refusing to draw conclusions about yourself before the day has begun. You stop asking, "What does this feeling say about me?" You allow the morning to be just a moment, not a verdict. The Stoics practiced separating self from state. They did not confuse how they felt with what they stood for. They judged themselves by values and actions, not internal conditions. This gave them stability. Their sense of self did not rise and fall with mood. When identity is tied to the morning, anxiety grows because the stakes feel high. A bad morning feels like a bad life. A good morning feels fragile, something to protect. This pressure makes it harder to relax. Breaking the link removes this pressure. You begin to see the morning as neutral ground, not a reflection, not a message, just a starting point. You are the same person regardless of how you wake up. This realization is deeply calming. The morning identity link also fuels comparison. You compare today's morning to yesterday's. You compare yourself to others who seem to wake up energized. This comparison feeds dissatisfaction. When identity is no longer tied to mornings, comparison loses meaning. The Stoics believed that self-worth should be stable, not earned daily, not decided by feelings. This stability came from aligning with principles rather than sensations. They asked, did I act with integrity? Not, did I feel good when I woke up? Breaking this link also restores patience. If the morning does not define you, there is no rush to fix it. You allow yourself to warm up to the day naturally. The body adjusts, the mind settles. There is no need to force change. Many people try to improve their mornings by changing how they feel. The Stoics changed how they related. They allowed the feeling without attaching identity to it. This removed struggle. Feelings passed more easily because they were not being used to define the self. Another hidden effect of the morning identity link is self-criticism. When you wake up low, the mind turns against itself. It asks why you cannot be better, calmer, stronger. This inner conflict creates anxiety. Breaking the link ends this conflict. There is nothing to argue with. The body responds to this kindness quickly. Muscles relax. Breathing deepens. The nervous system exits defensive mode. Anxiety fades because the self is no longer under evaluation. The Stoics believed that identity should be chosen, not inherited from circumstance. You choose who you are by how you act, not by how you feel. This choice is available every morning, regardless of internal state. When you wake up and feel off, you no longer conclude anything, you simply notice. This neutrality creates freedom. You are not locked into a role. You can move forward without carrying a label. Over time, this practice reshapes self-trust. You trust that you remain capable even when you feel low. You trust that a calm morning does not need to be protected. This trust reduces anxiety because identity is no longer fragile. Mornings become less dramatic. There is no need to read meaning into them. They are just transitions from rest to movement, nothing more. The Stoics valued consistency of character, not consistency of feeling. This allowed them to remain steady through changing conditions. You can cultivate the same steadiness by releasing the belief that mornings define you. As this link breaks, you wake up lighter. Not because you feel better, but because you are no longer asking the morning to explain who you are. You carry your identity separately, quietly, without needing confirmation. Anxiety loses another anchor here. It can no longer threaten your sense of self by pointing to a feeling. There is nothing to defend. What remains is a stable inner ground. You wake up as yourself, regardless of mood, energy, or thought. The day has not spoken yet. You have not been judged. From this place, you move forward with less pressure and more patience. The morning becomes what it truly is, a moment in time, not a mirror of your worth. As the grip of identity loosens and the morning is no longer asked to explain who you are, a deeper pattern becomes easier to see. Anxiety is not always about fear of what might happen. Often, it is about fighting what is already here. A quiet inner refusal, a subtle, "this should not be happening." This resistance is where anxiety finds its strongest footing. Reality in the morning is simple. You are awake. The body feels a certain way. The mind is present to some degree. That is all. But the mind rarely allows this simplicity. It compares what is happening with what it believes should be happening. You should feel rested. You should feel calm. You should feel motivated. When reality does not match these expectations, tension begins. Anxiety grows in this gap. Not because reality is wrong, but because it is being argued with. The body senses this argument immediately. Muscles tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The nervous system prepares for conflict. But the conflict is not with the world. It is with the moment itself. The Stoics understood that suffering increases when we demand reality be different. They taught that peace begins with agreement, not approval, but acceptance. Acceptance does not mean liking what is happening. It means stopping the inner fight against it. Resistance often sounds quiet. It does not shout. It whispers. This shouldn't be here. I shouldn't feel this way. This morning should be better. These thoughts feel harmless, but they create friction. The body reacts to friction as danger. Anxiety appears to help you escape the moment you are resisting. When you resist reality, the present moment feels unsafe. The mind tries to move away from it, either into the future or the past. This movement is anxiety. It is the attempt to leave what is uncomfortable instead of allowing it to exist. The Stoics practiced radical acceptance of the present moment. They did not interpret discomfort as failure. They saw it as part of life's movement. By allowing reality to be as it was, they removed the second layer of suffering, the layer created by resistance. Anxiety often feels like something attacking you, but when looked at closely, it is often the result of pushing back against what you are already experiencing. The body tightens because it is bracing against something internal, not external. When you wake up and feel tension, resistance often appears immediately. The mind says, "This needs to stop." It wants relief right now. This demand creates urgency. Urgency creates anxiety. The original tension may have passed on its own, but resistance keeps it alive. Acceptance works differently. When you allow the sensation without trying to change it, the body relaxes. The nervous system receives a signal that there is no threat. The sensation becomes tolerable. Often it softens or fades naturally. This does not mean surrendering to discomfort forever. It means meeting it honestly. The Stoics believed that what is faced calmly loses power. What is resisted grows stronger. Resistance also creates a sense of isolation. You feel alone in your struggle because you believe something is wrong with your experience. Acceptance reconnects you to reality. You are not failing. You are simply experiencing a moment. Another aspect of resistance is emotional. You may resist sadness, boredom, or emptiness. These emotions are treated as intruders. The mind tries to replace them quickly. This replacement effort keeps the emotional system unsettled. The Stoics allowed emotions to exist without interpretation. They did not assign meaning. They did not judge. This neutrality reduced suffering. Emotions passed without becoming problems. Resistance also feeds control. The mind believes that if it can force reality to change, peace will arrive. This belief creates endless effort. Peace is always delayed because reality rarely cooperates on command. Acceptance removes this struggle. You stop negotiating with the moment. You stop asking it to be different. This does not make you passive. It makes you grounded. From groundedness, effective action becomes possible. The body responds strongly to acceptance. Shoulders drop. Breathing slows. Heart rate steadies. Anxiety loses its function because there is no longer a fight to manage. The Stoics taught that reality is neutral. It is our judgments that create distress. When you remove judgment, reality becomes easier to inhabit. In the morning, this practice is especially powerful. The day has not yet accumulated momentum. By accepting the moment as it is, you prevent anxiety from gaining traction. Resistance also distorts perception. When you fight the moment, everything feels sharper, louder, more intense. Acceptance softens perception. The same sensations feel less threatening. This does not require effort. In fact, effort increases resistance. Acceptance is a release, a letting go of the inner argument. You may notice that when you stop resisting, the moment changes on its own. Not because you forced it, but because the system is no longer locked in defense. The Stoics believed that harmony with reality is the foundation of peace, not control, not avoidance, alignment. As you practice this, anxiety becomes easier to understand. It is no longer an enemy. It is a signal that resistance is present. When you release resistance, anxiety fades. Mornings become simpler. You wake up into what is, not what should be. There is no fight to win, nothing to fix immediately. What remains is steadiness, the kind that does not depend on comfort, the kind that allows discomfort without panic. From this place, the day begins without inner conflict. Reality is met, not challenged. And in that meeting, anxiety loses its purpose. The Stoics trusted reality more than their fears. When you do the same, the mind relaxes, the body follows, and the morning opens quietly, without resistance pulling you away from what is already here. As resistance softens and reality is no longer being pushed away, another habit quietly shows itself. It does not arrive as fear or urgency, but as conversation. A debate that begins before the day has found its shape. A back and forth inside the mind that feels productive, yet leaves you tired before anything has begun. This inner argument starts early. One part of the mind says you should get up. Another says you should rest longer. One says today must be handled carefully. Another says you are overthinking again. These voices feel personal, as if they are helping you decide, but they are not guiding you. They are pulling you apart. The argument often begins with simple questions. Should I do this now? Should I feel different? Should I be calmer by now? Each question invites another answer. Each answer invites resistance. The mind becomes busy negotiating with itself instead of simply being present. Anxiety feeds on this division. The Stoics understood that inner conflict weakens the mind. They believed clarity comes from unity, not debate. When the mind argues with itself, energy is split, attention is scattered. The body senses uncertainty and responds with tension. The inner argument feels necessary because it sounds like responsibility. It appears as problem-solving. But most of these debates have no immediate solution because they are about feelings, not actions. You cannot think your way into the right feeling. The argument continues because it is unsolvable. This is why the mind feels exhausted after arguing internally. No conclusion is reached. No action is taken. Only friction remains. Anxiety thrives in this friction. It keeps the nervous system alert, waiting for resolution that never comes. The Stoics practiced ending the argument before it gained momentum. They did not negotiate with their thoughts. They chose clarity over discussion. When a thought appeared, they either acted if action was possible, or let it go if it was not. There was no debate. The inner argument also depends on imagined standards. One voice compares you to how you should be. Another defends how you are. This comparison creates tension because the standard is abstract. It can never be met fully. The argument continues indefinitely. In the morning, when the mind is still soft, this argument sets the tone. If it is allowed to continue, the day begins in conflict. If it is stopped early, the day begins whole. Ending the inner argument does not require suppressing thoughts. It requires refusing to engage in back and forth. When a thought arises, you notice it without responding. You do not answer. You do not counter. You allow it to pass without discussion. This may feel strange at first. The mind is used to responding to itself. Silence feels like neglect. But silence is not avoidance. It is stability. When there is no argument, the body relaxes because there is no internal opposition. The Stoics believed that many problems dissolve when not debated. Thoughts lose power when they are not given attention. The inner argument only exists because each side is being fed. Another reason the argument persists is fear of making the wrong choice. The mind believes that by debating, it will avoid mistakes. But most morning arguments are not about real choices. They are about hypothetical ones. The fear is imagined. The debate is unnecessary. When you stop the argument, you discover that clarity does not need consensus. You can act gently without deciding everything. You can rest without justifying it. You can begin the day without resolving internal disagreements. The inner argument also keeps you mentally busy, which prevents stillness. Stillness feels threatening when the mind is used to activity. Debate fills the space. Ending the argument allows calm to deepen. This practice restores authority to awareness. Instead of thoughts arguing among themselves, awareness holds them without engagement. This creates order. Anxiety fades because there is no longer confusion about direction. The Stoics trusted simplicity. They believed that most inner conflict was unnecessary. They focused on what was in front of them, not on internal commentary. This focus reduced mental strain. When the inner argument ends, the morning becomes quieter, not empty, clear. Decisions feel easier because they are not being contested internally. Action flows naturally. You may notice that when you stop arguing with yourself, emotions settle faster. There is no resistance fueling them. They pass without escalation. The argument often tries to return. Habit is strong. When it does, you do not fight it. You simply do not participate. This non-participation weakens it over time. The Stoics believed that peace is not found by winning internal debates, but by refusing to fight them at all. Victory comes through non-engagement. As this practice deepens, mornings become less mentally noisy. You wake up without immediately needing to resolve anything. There is no case to argue, nothing to defend. Anxiety loses ground here because it depends on inner conflict. Without argument, there is no tension to amplify. The nervous system settles. What remains is a unified mind. Not because everything is decided, but because nothing is being contested. Unity feels calm because energy is no longer divided. From this place, the day unfolds with fewer internal interruptions. You respond to life instead of debating yourself about it. The Stoics valued inner harmony above certainty. They knew that a mind at peace acts better than a mind at war with itself. When the inner argument that starts at dawn is allowed to end, the morning becomes whole. You are no longer split between voices. You are present. And in that presence, anxiety finds nothing to argue with, nothing to push against, nothing to keep alive. The day begins not with debate, but with quiet alignment. As the inner argument fades and the mind is no longer divided against itself, a quieter habit remains. It is less dramatic than debate, less obvious than resistance, but just as draining. The habit of negotiating with your own mind, a subtle bargaining that begins the moment you wake up, as if peace must be earned through agreement. Negotiation sounds gentle, reasonable. The mind says, just a few more minutes, then we'll start. Or, let's feel a bit better first, then we'll move. Or if this feeling goes away, I'll be calm. These negotiations feel harmless, but they keep you stuck in delay. The body waits. The nervous system stays alert. Anxiety lingers because nothing has been decided. Negotiation creates uncertainty. When you bargain with the mind, there is no clear direction. Action is postponed. Rest is incomplete. You are neither fully still nor fully moving. This in-between state is where anxiety thrives. The system does not know what to do, so it stays tense. The Stoics did not negotiate with their thoughts. They observed them, they allowed them, but they did not ask for permission from the mind to begin the day. They understood that the mind will always offer conditions. If you listen, there will always be another requirement. Negotiation often hides fear. Fear of discomfort, fear of effort, fear of feeling the wrong thing. The mind believes that if it can adjust conditions just right, discomfort can be avoided. But life does not respond to negotiation, it unfolds. When you wake up and begin negotiating, you send a message to the nervous system that something is unresolved. The body remains on standby. This standby mode feels like anxiety, not intense panic, but low-level tension that colors the morning. Waking without negotiation means beginning without conditions. You do not wait to feel different. You do not ask the mind how it feels about starting. You simply begin gently. This decisiveness is calming. It removes ambiguity. The Stoics valued decisiveness not because it was forceful, but because it was clarifying. When there is no negotiation, energy is no longer split. The body knows what is happening. The mind settles because it is no longer being consulted endlessly. Negotiation also reinforces the belief that thoughts are authority. It treats every thought as a voice that must be answered. This gives the mind too much power. The Stoics knew that thoughts are suggestions, not orders. You can hear them without obeying. When you stop negotiating, thoughts lose urgency. They may still appear, but they no longer dictate timing. The body moves. Awareness stays present. The mind follows instead of leads. This does not mean ignoring the mind completely. It means not turning every thought into a discussion. You can acknowledge a thought without engaging it. This creates simplicity. Negotiation also keeps you focused on internal states. Am I ready? Am I calm enough? Am I motivated? This focus keeps attention inward. Anxiety grows when attention loops inside. Beginning without negotiation shifts attention outward, into action and presence. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment, not agreement. You do not need to agree with every thought to move forward. You only need to act in accordance with reality. Reality does not negotiate. Another hidden cost of negotiation is exhaustion. Constant bargaining uses mental energy. By the time you begin the day, you are already tired. This fatigue feels like anxiety because the system is depleted. When you wake without negotiating, energy is preserved. You do not spend it convincing yourself. You simply proceed. This conserves strength and reduces tension. Negotiation often creates guilt. If you delay, you feel guilty. If you begin, you feel you should have waited. There is no winning. Waking without negotiation removes this guilt because there was no bargain to break. The Stoics practiced this by committing to simple actions: getting up, washing, breathing. These actions did not require emotional approval. They were done because they were appropriate to the moment. This practice also restores trust. You trust that you can handle the next step without negotiating conditions. This trust reduces anxiety because it removes doubt about capability. The mind may resist at first. It is used to being consulted. When you stop negotiating, it may raise objections. You do not argue. You proceed calmly. Over time, the objections soften. Waking without negotiation creates a clean start. There is no mental residue from bargaining. The morning feels straightforward, not rushed, not forced, just clear. This clarity affects the rest of the day. Decisions become simpler. You are less likely to overthink. Anxiety diminishes because there is less internal friction. The Stoics understood that freedom comes from reducing unnecessary inner processes. Negotiation is one of them. It adds complexity without benefit. When you remove it, the mind becomes quieter, the body becomes steadier. The day unfolds without the drag of indecision. You may notice a sense of relief, not excitement. Relief. The relief of not having to convince yourself of anything. You simply are. From this place, calm deepens naturally. Not because you negotiated for it, but because nothing is blocking it anymore. Anxiety loses another foothold. It cannot grow in decisiveness. It feeds on delay and doubt. When those disappear, it weakens. The Stoics believed that a simple mind is a strong mind. Waking without negotiation is an act of simplicity. As this habit takes root, mornings become less complicated. You no longer wake up to discuss life with your thoughts. You wake up to live it. And in that directness, the mind rests. Not because it was persuaded, but because it was no longer in charge. As negotiation with the mind falls away, emotions begin to appear more honestly. Not louder, not stronger, just clearer. And this is where many people make a final mistake. They treat emotions as messages that must be interpreted, corrected, or acted on. The Stoics chose a different understanding. They saw emotions as weather. Emotional weather moves through you the way clouds move through the sky. It changes without asking. It follows patterns you did not choose. It is influenced by forces beyond your control. And like weather, it is temporary. The problem is not the emotion itself. The problem is treating it like a command. When you wake up, emotional weather is already present. Some mornings feel clear, some feel heavy, some feel restless. Most people immediately personalize this. They ask why. They assume meaning. They prepare responses. This turns a passing condition into a problem that needs solving. The Stoics did not do this. They observed emotional states without attachment. Sadness was not a failure. Calm was not an achievement. Anxiety was not a warning. It was weather passing through awareness. This perspective alone removes much of its power. Weather does not need permission to arrive. Neither do emotions. When you resist an emotion, it intensifies. When you judge it, it lingers. When you try to replace it, it fights back. But when you allow it without interpretation, it moves on its own. Emotional weather feels intense in the morning because the mind has not yet anchored itself. Without structure, feelings feel larger. But size does not mean importance. A storm passing through does not redefine the landscape. It only changes the conditions temporarily. The Stoics believed that suffering comes from mistaking weather for climate. A single emotional state is not a permanent condition. Anxiety in the morning does not mean an anxious life. Heaviness does not mean something is wrong. It means weather is moving. When you treat emotions like weather, you stop asking them questions. You do not ask how long they will last. You do not ask what they mean. You do not ask what they say about you. You notice them the way you notice rain, without trying to argue it away. This creates emotional stability, not by controlling feelings, but by not identifying with them. You can walk through rain without becoming rain. You can feel anxiety without becoming anxious. The body responds strongly to this shift. When emotions are allowed without resistance, the nervous system relaxes. There is no alarm, no threat. The feeling becomes manageable because it is no longer being interpreted as danger. Emotional weather also explains why forcing positivity fails. Trying to replace one emotion with another is like demanding sunshine during a storm. It creates frustration. The Stoics waited. They trusted change. They knew no weather lasts forever. This patience builds resilience. You stop fearing emotional states because you no longer believe they define you or the day. Anxiety loses urgency when it is no longer treated as a signal to act. Another benefit of this perspective is emotional honesty. You stop pretending to feel better than you do. You stop hiding discomfort from yourself. This honesty creates inner alignment. There is no split between experience and expectation. The Stoics did not seek emotional numbness. They experienced emotions fully, but lightly. Lightly means without attachment, without conclusion, without story. A feeling was just a feeling. When emotional weather passes without resistance, it often changes faster. The system regulates itself naturally. What prolongs emotion is interpretation. What shortens it is allowance. Morning anxiety often survives because it is analyzed. You wake up and immediately try to understand it. Why am I anxious? What does this mean? These questions feed the feeling. The Stoics would simply note it and continue with the day. This does not mean ignoring emotions. It means not centering life around them. Action does not wait for weather to improve. You carry an umbrella if needed. You do not cancel the sky. The Stoic concept of emotional weather also restores trust in time. You stop rushing to feel different. You allow emotions to shift naturally. This patience removes pressure. Over time, you notice patterns. Certain weather appears at certain times. You stop being surprised by it. Surprise is what creates fear. Familiarity creates calm. This practice also prevents emotional memory from dominating the present. Just because yesterday was stormy does not mean today will be. Each morning has its own conditions. The Stoics believed that wisdom lies in responding appropriately, not emotionally. You respond to weather with preparation, not panic. You respond to emotions with awareness, not reaction. As this understanding settles, mornings become less dramatic. Feelings arise, but they do not dominate. You no longer wake up asking how you feel before deciding how to live. Anxiety weakens here because it depends on emotional meaning. When emotions are no longer interpreted as threats, anxiety has nothing to amplify. What remains is steadiness, not emotional flatness, but balance. You feel without being ruled. You experience without being consumed. The day becomes easier, not because emotions disappear, but because they are no longer in charge of direction. They move through you instead of moving you. The Stoics trusted this process. They allowed emotional weather to pass while they remained grounded. This grounding is what created peace, not the absence of feeling. As you adopt this view, you stop waking up to check the emotional forecast. You wake up ready to meet whatever conditions are present. And in that readiness, anxiety loses another place to hide, because weather can be observed calmly, and so can emotions. As emotions are no longer mistaken for commands, and the inner climate is allowed to change on its own, something else becomes impossible to ignore. Anxiety does not arrive alone. It is carried in words, sentences whispered inside the mind, a running commentary that turns sensation into story and story into threat. Anxiety depends on internal dialogue to survive. Without words, it has no structure. The body may feel a sensation, but it is the dialogue that explains it, magnifies it, and keeps it alive. A tight chest becomes something is wrong. A fast heartbeat becomes this is dangerous. A quiet morning becomes I should not feel this way. The dialogue gives anxiety its meaning. Most people believe anxiety comes first and thoughts follow. In reality, the dialogue often leads. The body feels something neutral or mild, and the mind immediately starts talking about it. This talking turns the sensation into a problem. The nervous system listens to the words, not the facts, and reacts accordingly. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that it is not events or sensations that disturb us, but the judgments we attach to them. Internal dialogue is where those judgments live. When the dialogue is constant, anxiety always has a voice to speak through. Morning anxiety is especially dependent on this inner talk, because the mind is not yet grounded. Without external focus, internal narration fills the space. The mind begins explaining the day before it has begun. This explanation often leans toward caution, warning, and control. Internal dialogue feels automatic, but it is learned. Over time, the mind has been trained to comment on everything, to label, to predict, to evaluate. This habit feels like thinking, but it is often just repetition. Anxiety feeds on repetition. The same phrases return every morning, reinforcing the same emotional response. When you wake up and anxiety appears, listen closely. Not to the feeling, but to the words. You will often find familiar lines. This again. I can't handle this. Today will be hard. These statements feel true because they are familiar, not because they are accurate. The Stoics practiced separating sensation from narration. They felt what was present without immediately describing it. This broke the chain. Without commentary, sensations remained sensations. They did not escalate into fear. Internal dialogue also creates time travel. It pulls you into the future with predictions or into the past with memories. Anxiety lives in these places. When the dialogue stops, attention returns to now. And now is rarely as threatening as the words suggest. Another way dialogue feeds anxiety is through questioning. Why do I feel this way? What if this doesn't go away? What if today goes wrong? These questions are not neutral. They assume a problem exists. The body responds to the assumption, not the question. The Stoics avoided unnecessary questioning. They believed many questions create suffering rather than clarity. They focused on what could be acted on. If no action was required, the dialogue ended. This does not mean silencing the mind by force. Force creates resistance. Resistance creates more dialogue. The Stoic approach was softer. They allowed thoughts to arise without responding to them. No agreement, no argument, just non-participation. When internal dialogue is not fed, it weakens. Thoughts that are not answered fade. Anxiety loses momentum because it has nothing to build on. The body relaxes because the alarm system is no longer receiving threatening messages. Dialogue also reinforces identity. I am anxious. I always feel like this. These statements turn temporary states into permanent traits. Anxiety becomes part of who you think you are. The Stoics rejected this identification. They saw thoughts as events, not definitions. When you stop narrating your experience, identity loosens. You are no longer the person who is anxious in the morning. You are simply someone experiencing a moment. This reduces fear because the self is no longer under threat. Internal dialogue is loudest when the mind is idle. This is why mornings can feel intense. There is less external input to anchor attention. The Stoics filled this space with awareness instead of words, sensation, breath, presence. These require no commentary. As awareness increases, dialogue naturally decreases. You cannot fully feel and fully narrate at the same time. One replaces the other. Anxiety fades when awareness takes the lead. This practice also restores energy. Dialogue is tiring. It uses mental resources constantly. When the dialogue quiets, energy returns. The body feels lighter. The mind feels clearer. Over time, you may notice that anxiety appears less frequently and passes more quickly. Not because you solved it, but because it no longer has language to cling to. Silence becomes a natural state, not an effort. The Stoics believed that inner peace is not achieved by perfect thoughts, but by fewer unnecessary ones. They aimed for clarity, not constant thinking. Mornings become quieter when dialogue loosens. Thoughts still arise, but they are brief. They do not spiral. They do not dominate. Anxiety weakens here because it cannot exist without explanation. When explanation stops, anxiety becomes just a sensation, and sensations pass. What remains is a calm attentiveness. You are present without commentary, awake without analysis. The day begins without a story being told about it. From this place, life feels simpler. Not because it is, but because the mind is no longer narrating every step. And in that simplicity, anxiety has nowhere left to speak. As the inner dialogue softens and words lose their grip, another truth becomes easier to see. Anxiety is not only fear, it is also craving. A craving to manage, to predict, to stay ahead. Morning anxiety often survives not because something is wrong, but because the mind is addicted to control. Control feels comforting. It promises safety. If you think enough, plan enough, worry enough, maybe nothing bad will happen. The mind believes that staying tense keeps you prepared. Over time, this tension becomes familiar. It starts to feel necessary. Calm begins to feel careless. This is how anxiety becomes an addiction, not to fear, but to control. The mind wakes up and immediately looks for something to manage. If nothing obvious appears, it creates something, a problem, a concern, a scenario. Control needs an object, and anxiety provides one. Morning anxiety is powerful because the day is still undefined. The unknown is wide open. The mind rushes in to narrow it. It wants certainty before anything begins. But certainty is impossible. The attempt to create it becomes the source of anxiety. The Stoics understood that control is limited. They believed peace comes from knowing what is and is not yours to manage. Thoughts, emotions, outcomes, other people's reactions are not fully controllable. Your response is. When you try to control what cannot be controlled, tension appears. Addiction to control shows up as constant checking. How do I feel? What might happen today? What should I prepare for? These checks feel responsible, but they keep the nervous system alert. The body remains tense because it believes something must be handled. Control addiction also disguises itself as care. You worry because you care. You plan because you are responsible. But caring does not require constant vigilance. Responsibility does not require anxiety. The Stoics cared deeply, but they refused to carry what was not theirs. When you wake up anxious, notice what the mind is trying to control. Often it is not a real task, but a feeling. You want to control how the day will feel. You want to guarantee calm, success, ease. This is impossible. The attempt creates frustration. The body reacts strongly to control attempts. Tight muscles, shallow breathing, restlessness. These are not signs of danger. They are signs of effort. The system is working overtime to manage uncertainty. The Stoics practiced releasing control early. They began the day by reminding themselves that much of what would happen was not up to them. This was not pessimism, it was relief. By letting go of false responsibility, they conserved energy for what they could influence. Control addiction also creates mistrust. You do not trust life to unfold. You do not trust yourself to respond. So you stay tense. Anxiety becomes a way of staying involved, even when nothing requires involvement. When you release control, something surprising happens. Anxiety may spike briefly. This is withdrawal. The mind is used to being busy. When control is removed, it searches for something to grab. If you do not give it anything, it settles. The Stoics stayed with this discomfort. They did not rush back into control. They allowed uncertainty to exist. Over time, uncertainty stopped feeling threatening. It became neutral. Morning anxiety often returns because control is comforting in the short term. It gives the illusion of safety, but long term, it exhausts the system. Calm feels unfamiliar because control has been constant. Letting go of control does not mean becoming passive. It means acting only where action is possible. You do what you can, when you can, and you release the rest. This simplicity reduces anxiety because there is less to manage. The mind may resist this. It may warn that without control, things will fall apart. The Stoics tested this belief. They found that life continued, often more smoothly. As control addiction fades, mornings feel less tight. The mind stops searching for problems. The body relaxes because it is no longer on duty for the entire future. You begin to trust timing. Tasks arrive when they arrive. Emotions shift when they shift. You respond instead of manage. Anxiety weakens here because it is no longer needed as a tool. There is nothing to control, so there is nothing to worry about. What remains is presence, not careless but attentive, not rigid but responsive. The Stoics believed freedom comes from aligning with reality, not controlling it. When you stop trying to manage the day before it begins, the day becomes lighter. Morning anxiety loses its role. There is nothing left for it to protect, nothing left for it to organize. You wake up without gripping the day. You allow it to come to you. And in that release, calm appears naturally, not because you controlled it, but because you finally let go. As the grip of control loosens, the mind does not suddenly fall silent. Thoughts still appear. Sounds still echo inside. Reminders, memories, fragments of worry drift through awareness. This is where many people get discouraged. They believe calm means silence. When silence does not arrive, they assume something has gone wrong. But the Stoics knew better. Peace was never about stopping mental noise. It was about becoming indifferent to it. Mental noise is natural. The mind produces thoughts the way the lungs produce breath. Trying to stop this process creates tension. Fighting noise gives it importance. Importance gives it power. Anxiety grows not because thoughts exist, but because they are treated as urgent. Indifference does not mean suppression. It means lack of engagement. A thought appears and nothing happens. No reaction, no judgment, no follow-up. The thought passes like background sound. This is a skill, not a personality trait, and it can be trained. Most people wake up and immediately respond to mental noise. A thought appears and is answered. Another appears and is analyzed. Soon, the mind is crowded with conversations that were never necessary. The body responds to this activity with alertness. Anxiety feeds on this alertness. The Stoics practiced selective attention. They did not try to eliminate thoughts. They chose which ones deserved energy. Most did not. By refusing to engage, they weakened the habit of overthinking. Mental noise feels loud in the morning because the mind has not yet anchored itself. Without direction, thoughts wander. Indifference provides that anchor. When you do not react, the noise loses momentum. This practice requires patience. At first, thoughts may seem louder when ignored. This is not escalation. It is exposure. You are noticing what was always there. When you do not respond, the mind learns that noise does not require action. Indifference also breaks the link between thought and emotion. Many thoughts are emotionally neutral until reacted to. A simple idea becomes anxiety only after it is believed. When indifference is present, belief does not follow. Emotion remains stable. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering attention, not thought. You cannot control what appears, but you can control what you give energy to. Attention is where power lies. Training indifference also reduces mental fatigue. Responding to every thought is exhausting. Ignoring most of them conserves energy. The mind feels lighter, not because it is empty, but because it is no longer overloaded. This practice also restores confidence. You stop fearing thoughts. You no longer feel the need to manage them. Thoughts lose their authority. They become optional. Mental noise often tries to provoke reaction by sounding urgent. What if this happens? Don't forget that. You should worry about this. Indifference recognizes urgency as a tone, not a command. Tone does not require obedience. The Stoics trained themselves to notice tone without responding. They trusted that real problems would present themselves clearly, not through repetitive mental chatter. Over time, indifference becomes natural. Thoughts arise and fall without impact. The mind feels quieter, not because noise stopped, but because it no longer matters. Morning anxiety weakens here because it depends on reaction. Without reaction, it fades quickly. The body relaxes because it is no longer responding to imagined demands. You may still hear the noise. That is fine. Silence is not required. Peace comes from not caring. This indifference is gentle, not cold, not dismissive, just neutral. The same way you ignore distant traffic while resting. You hear it, but it does not disturb you. The Stoics understood that inner noise is part of being human. They did not aim to become something else. They aimed to become steady within it. As this skill develops, mornings feel less intrusive. Thoughts do not pull you out of presence. You remain grounded even when the mind chatters. Anxiety loses another support. It cannot survive without engagement. When ignored, it has nothing to feed on. What remains is clarity without effort, awareness without strain. You are present, even with noise in the background.
This is Stoic calm. Not silence, but strength. Not emptiness, but indifference.
And in that indifference, the mind finally learns to rest.
As mental noise loses its importance, emotions begin to surface more cleanly. Without constant thought feeding them, feelings rise in a simpler form. And here is where a powerful shift becomes possible. You no longer need to react. Emotional non-reaction does not mean feeling nothing. It means feeling without responding automatically. An emotion appears, and instead of tightening, explaining, fixing, or escaping it, you allow it to exist without movement. This is one of the most misunderstood Stoic practices and one of the most freeing. Most anxiety is not caused by emotions themselves, but by the reaction to them. A sensation appears in the chest. The mind reacts with fear. The body reacts with tension. The loop begins. But if the initial emotion is met with stillness, the loop never forms. The Stoics believed emotions were impressions, not instructions. They taught that between feeling and response, there is a space. In that space lies freedom. Emotional non-reaction lives in that space. When you wake up and feel anxiety, the usual response is immediate. You brace, you think, you try to calm it down, you ask why it's there. These reactions tell the nervous system that the emotion is dangerous. The system escalates. Anxiety grows stronger because it believes it is needed. Non-reaction sends the opposite message. You feel the emotion and nothing happens. No tightening, no story, no urgency. The body senses this neutrality and begins to relax. The emotion, no longer fed, starts to change on its own. This is not suppression. Suppression is pushing emotion away. Non-reaction is allowing it fully without engagement. Suppressed emotions stay trapped. Allowed emotions move. At first, non-reaction can feel uncomfortable. The mind expects action. It wants to fix, explain, or escape. When you do nothing, the mind feels exposed. This discomfort is temporary. It is the nervous system adjusting to a new signal. The Stoics practiced this by remaining still internally, even when emotions were present. They did not tense against anger, fear, or sadness. They observed them. This observation softened the emotion without force. Emotional non-reaction also breaks emotional escalation. When you react, the emotion becomes more complex. Fear turns into worry. Worry turns into panic. Non-reaction keeps the emotion simple. Simple emotions pass quickly. This practice is especially powerful in the morning because emotions feel amplified. The mind is not yet busy. Feelings feel closer. Reacting early sets a tone of struggle. Non-reaction sets a tone of steadiness. Non-reaction also builds trust in your system. You learn that emotions are not emergencies. They do not require immediate action. This trust reduces anxiety because the body no longer believes it must defend against internal states. The Stoics believed strength was the ability to remain unmoved by what does not require movement. Emotional non-reaction is not weakness. It is discipline. It takes courage to feel without flinching. Another benefit of non-reaction is clarity. When you do not react emotionally, you can see the emotion more clearly. You notice its shape, its movement, its impermanence. This perspective reduces fear. Many people fear that without reaction, emotions will overwhelm them. The opposite happens. Reaction is what amplifies emotion. Non-reaction contains it. The body responds quickly to this practice. Heart rate stabilizes. Breathing deepens. Muscles release. These changes are not forced. They happen because the system senses safety. Non-reaction also prevents emotional memory from forming. When you react strongly, the brain stores the experience as threatening. Next time, anxiety appears faster. Non-reaction prevents this conditioning. The brain learns that emotions can pass without danger. The Stoics applied this not just to fear, but to pleasure as well. They did not chase pleasant emotions. They allowed them without attachment. This kept them balanced. Extremes in either direction were avoided. In the morning, emotional non-reaction creates spaciousness. You wake up and allow whatever is present. There is no urgency to feel different. This patience allows the body to regulate naturally. You may notice emotions rising and falling more quickly. This is a sign that the system is no longer being interrupted by reaction. Regulation happens best when left alone. Non-reaction does not mean inaction in life. It means not reacting internally before action is required. When action is needed, you act calmly. This distinction is crucial. The Stoics believed that calm action is more effective than emotional action. Non-reaction preserves energy so that when action is necessary, it is precise and deliberate. As this practice deepens, mornings become steadier. Emotions may still appear, but they no longer dictate direction. You are not pushed or pulled by how you feel. Anxiety loses another pillar here. It depends on emotional escalation. Without reaction, it cannot grow. What remains is emotional resilience. You can feel deeply without being destabilized. This resilience is quiet. It does not announce itself. It simply holds. Over time, emotional non-reaction becomes natural. You stop reacting not because you try, but because there is no longer a need. The nervous system has learned safety. The Stoics saw this as inner freedom, not freedom from emotion, but freedom within it. You are no longer controlled by internal weather. As the morning unfolds, you carry this steadiness forward. Emotions come and go. You remain present, unshaken. And in this non-reaction, calm becomes durable, not fragile, not conditional. Calm becomes your baseline, not because emotions disappeared, but because you stopped fighting them. This is the power the Stoics trusted, and it is available each morning the moment you choose not to react. As emotional reactions soften and feelings no longer push you around, another question quietly rises. If thoughts appear on their own, if emotions move without permission, then what actually belongs to you? This question sits at the center of Stoic clarity. It leads to a reset that changes everything. The reset of mental ownership. Most people wake up believing every thought they have is theirs. Personal, meaningful, accurate. A thought appears and is immediately claimed. My fear, my worry, my problem. This ownership gives thoughts weight. Once owned, they demand attention. They shape identity. Anxiety grows because the mind is filled with things it believes it must manage. The Stoics challenged this assumption. They taught that not everything that appears in the mind belongs to you. Thoughts arrive the same way sounds do, uninvited, passing through. They are events in awareness, not possessions. When you stop claiming them, they lose authority. Mental ownership is the habit of saying, "This is me thinking, this is my belief, this is my fear." But many thoughts are echoes, habits, conditioning, old patterns repeating themselves. Owning them creates responsibility where none is required. In the morning, when the mind is quiet, thoughts stand out more sharply. A single worry can feel enormous because there is nothing else competing with it. The mind assumes that because it is loud, it must be important. Ownership follows. Anxiety follows ownership. The Stoics practiced a simple distinction. They separated what appeared from what was chosen. A thought appearing was not a choice. Acting on it was. Feeling an emotion was not ownership. Reacting to it was. This separation removed guilt, pressure, and fear. When you wake up and a thought arises, you can notice it without claiming it. You do not say, "my thought." You say, "a thought." This small shift changes the relationship completely. The thought no longer represents you. It is simply present. Mental ownership also creates self-blame. If you believe every thought is yours, then unwanted thoughts feel like personal failure. Why am I thinking this? What is wrong with me? This blame fuels anxiety. Releasing ownership removes this self-attack. The Stoics believed responsibility begins with choice, not appearance. You are responsible for how you respond, not for what arises. This belief is deeply relieving. It allows the mind to be active without being threatening. Ownership also feeds overthinking. When a thought is owned, it must be solved. It cannot simply pass. The mind turns it over, analyzes it, worries it to exhaustion. Without ownership, there is nothing to solve. The body responds strongly to this shift. When thoughts are no longer treated as responsibilities, the nervous system relaxes. There is less pressure, less urgency. Anxiety fades because there is no longer a sense of internal duty. Mental ownership also strengthens identity. You begin to think you are your thoughts. This creates fragility. A negative thought feels like a threat to who you are. By releasing ownership, identity becomes more stable. You are no longer defined by mental content. The Stoics practiced this by identifying with reason and values, not thoughts. Thoughts were tools, not truths. They used them when helpful and ignored them when not. This selective engagement preserved clarity. In the morning, this practice is especially powerful. Instead of waking up into a mind full of obligations, you wake up into awareness. Thoughts may appear, but none require immediate response. The day feels lighter because you are not carrying mental baggage. Releasing ownership does not mean disengaging from life. It means choosing engagement deliberately. When a thought aligns with reality and action is possible, you engage. When it is repetitive or speculative, you let it go. The mind may resist this at first. It is used to being taken seriously. When you stop owning thoughts, some may become louder briefly. This is not danger, it is habit fading. Without reinforcement, the volume drops. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not fight the mind. They did not suppress thoughts. They simply refused to adopt them. Over time, the mind learned to offer fewer intrusive thoughts because they were no longer rewarded. Mental ownership also affects emotions. When you stop owning thoughts, emotions soften because they are often tied to interpretation. Without ownership, emotions lose intensity. They pass more quickly. This reset also restores confidence. You realize that you are not at the mercy of your mind. Thoughts happen, but you remain steady. This steadiness reduces anxiety because control is no longer needed. The Stoics believed freedom is internal. It comes from not being enslaved by impressions. Mental ownership is the chain. Releasing it is the key. As you practice this, mornings feel more spacious. You wake up without immediately assuming responsibility for everything that appears in consciousness. There is room to breathe. Anxiety weakens here because it depends on ownership. It needs you to believe that its thoughts are yours and important. When you stop believing this, anxiety loses its grip. What remains is awareness without burden. Thoughts float through without sticking. Emotions arise without defining. The mind feels lighter because it is no longer crowded with obligations it never chose. This is the Stoic reset of mental ownership. You do not control what appears, but you control what you carry. And when you carry less, the day begins with ease rather than weight. From this place, the mind becomes a space rather than a battleground. And in that space, calm is not forced. It simply remains, because nothing is being held too tightly anymore. As thoughts are no longer automatically claimed as yours, attention begins to move deeper into the body. Sensations become clearer. Tightness, warmth, pressure, lightness. This is often where anxiety tries one last transformation. It stops speaking in words and starts speaking through sensation. And the moment meaning is added to those sensations, anxiety returns. A sensation on its own is neutral. It is simply information. But the mind rarely leaves it there. A tight chest becomes danger. A fast heartbeat becomes panic. A heavy stomach becomes dread. Meaning is added instantly, without question. And once meaning is added, the body reacts as if the interpretation were true. The Stoics understood that sensations are not messages about the future. They are physical events happening now. Pain does not predict failure. Tension does not predict catastrophe. Sensations only gain power when they are interpreted as signs of something more. Morning anxiety often survives at this level. Even when thoughts quiet, the body may still feel activated. The mind notices this and assumes something is wrong. The sensation is no longer just a sensation. It becomes evidence. Anxiety feeds on this evidence. Removing meaning from sensations does not mean ignoring the body. It means allowing the body to speak without translating everything into a story. You feel what you feel without deciding what it says about you or the day. The Stoics practiced this by separating experience from judgment. They felt pain without labeling it as bad. They felt discomfort without calling it danger. This removed the second layer of suffering, the layer created by interpretation. When you wake up and notice a sensation, the habit is to scan it. Is this anxiety? Is this stress? Is this going to get worse? These questions add meaning. The body responds to the meaning, not the sensation. Tension increases. When you remove meaning, the sensation remains simple. It may be uncomfortable, but it is not threatening. The nervous system relaxes because there is no danger signal attached. This practice is powerful because sensations often change quickly when not interpreted. The body regulates itself naturally. Tightness loosens, breath deepens, heart rate slows, not because you forced it, but because you stopped interfering. The Stoics believed that the body is wiser than the mind when left alone. It knows how to settle. It knows how to restore balance. Meaning disrupts this process. Many people believe that understanding sensations helps them. In reality, most understanding is speculation. The mind guesses. Guessing creates fear. Fear amplifies sensation. The cycle continues. Removing meaning breaks the cycle. You feel without analysis. You notice without conclusion. This creates safety. Safety allows regulation. This does not mean dismissing physical symptoms that require attention. It means not turning every sensation into a threat. Real danger is clear and persistent. Anxiety sensations are vague and shifting. The Stoics trusted clarity. They did not panic over sensations. They responded only when action was truly required. This restraint preserved calm. Morning sensations are often influenced by posture, breathing, hydration, sleep. None of these reflect emotional truth, yet the mind interprets them emotionally. Removing meaning restores accuracy. As you practice this, sensations become less intimidating. You stop scanning the body for signs. The body stops signaling danger because it is no longer being watched suspiciously. Anxiety loses ground here because it relies on interpretation. Without meaning, sensations cannot escalate into fear. This practice also deepens presence. You experience the body directly, without commentary. This direct experience anchors you in now. Anxiety lives in interpretation, not sensation. The Stoics believed that suffering begins when sensation is turned into story. Remove the story, and sensation becomes manageable. Over time, the body learns safety. Sensations come and go without triggering alarm. The nervous system resets its baseline. Mornings become steadier. You wake up into physical experience without immediately assigning meaning. There is no need to diagnose the moment. What remains is simple awareness, sensation without fear, experience without prediction. This simplicity is calming because it removes the mind's need to explain everything. Not everything requires meaning. As meaning falls away, anxiety fades. There is nothing to react to, just sensation moving through awareness. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They lived closer to experience and farther from interpretation. This kept them grounded.
From this place, the body and mind work together instead of against each other. Sensations inform without alarming. Awareness holds without judging.
And in that quiet neutrality, the morning unfolds without fear rising from the body. Sensations remain what they always were, temporary movements, not messages. As sensations are allowed to exist without meaning, the body settles, but the mind may reach for one last familiar pressure, a sense of being late, a feeling that time has already slipped past you, a quiet panic that you are starting the day from behind. This fear often arrives without evidence, yet it feels convincing the moment you wake up. The fear of falling behind is not about clocks or schedules. It is about comparison. Comparison to where you think you should be, to who you think you should be by now, to an invisible timeline that exists only in the mind. The morning becomes the first checkpoint, and if you do not wake up energized, motivated, or ahead of the day, the mind concludes you are already losing. This fear is especially strong early because nothing has happened yet. With no real data, the mind fills the gap with judgment. It assumes progress should be immediate. It believes momentum must be present from the first moment. When it is not, anxiety steps in to push you forward. The Stoics saw this clearly. They rejected the idea that life is a race that must be won daily. They believed progress unfolds over time, not by rushing the beginning. Falling behind was meaningless to them because they measured life by alignment, not speed. The fear of falling behind creates urgency without direction. You feel pressure, but you do not know where to go. This pressure tightens the body and scatters attention. Instead of helping you move forward, it drains energy before action begins. This fear is often learned. Society rewards speed. Productivity is praised. Rest is questioned. Over time, the mind internalizes these values. You begin to police yourself. Even in the quiet of the morning, you feel watched by an imagined standard of progress. The Stoics believed that progress is internal before it is external. They focused on clarity, restraint, and reason. None of these can be rushed. The fear of falling behind is incompatible with wisdom because wisdom requires patience. When you wake up and feel this fear, it is important to notice what you believe you are behind on. Often it is not a real task, but an abstract idea. Being behind in life, behind in growth, behind others. These are vague concepts. Anxiety thrives on vagueness. The body reacts to this fear as if something urgent must be fixed. Heart rate increases, breath shortens. The nervous system prepares for chase. But there is nothing to chase. The threat is imagined. The Stoics grounded themselves in what was actually happening. They asked, "What is required of me right now?" Usually, the answer was simple. Get up. Begin the next task. Nothing about catching up. Nothing about winning the day. The fear of falling behind also distorts motivation. You move not because something matters, but because you are afraid of delay. This creates burnout. Action driven by fear is unsustainable. By releasing this fear, motivation becomes cleaner. You act because action is appropriate, not because you are being chased by an invisible clock. The Stoics believed that each moment is sufficient. You cannot be behind in the present moment because the present moment is the only place action happens. You are always on time for now. This understanding dissolves anxiety. When you return to now, there is no behind. There is only what is in front of you. One step, one breath, one action. The fear of falling behind also feeds self-criticism. You judge yourself for not starting fast enough. This judgment creates tension. Tension slows you further. The cycle continues. Breaking this cycle requires redefining progress. Progress is not how quickly you start, but how steadily you continue. The Stoics valued consistency over speed. A slow beginning did not concern them. They knew rhythm matters more than pace. When you wake up and allow the day to begin naturally, you conserve energy. This energy supports sustained action later. Rushing the start only leads to early exhaustion. The mind may resist this. It may insist that urgency is necessary. You do not argue. You return attention to what is actually required now. This quiet focus weakens the fear. Over time, mornings feel less pressured. You no longer measure yourself against imaginary timelines. You begin where you are. This is enough. Anxiety fades here because it depends on the belief that you are late to your own life. When that belief is questioned, anxiety loses urgency. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds at its own pace. Fighting this pace creates suffering. Aligning with it creates calm. As you release the fear of falling behind, mornings regain dignity. You are not chasing. You are arriving. Each day begins where it begins, not where it should have begun in your imagination. What remains is patience. Not passive waiting, but steady movement without panic. You act when it is time to act. From this place, the day feels open again, not because you are ahead, but because you are present. And presence is never behind. Anxiety no longer needs to push you forward. There is nowhere to catch up to. Life is already here. As the fear of falling behind loosens its grip, something unexpected happens. The pressure does not disappear on its own. It looks for another way in, a quieter way. It becomes internal, a constant push that does not come from tasks or time, but from inside. A sense that you should be doing more, feeling more, becoming more, even when nothing is asking that of you. Internal pressure is subtle. It does not shout. It hums. It sits beneath the surface, urging you forward without direction. It tells you that rest is suspicious, that calm is temporary, that stillness must be justified. This pressure is not imposed by the world. It is generated by the mind. The Stoics understood that not all demands deserve a response. Some pressures exist only because we answer them. Becoming unavailable to internal pressure means learning not to respond to these inner demands, not by fighting them, but by refusing to engage. Internal pressure often disguises itself as self-improvement. You should be better by now. You should have figured this out. You should feel calmer, stronger, more focused. These thoughts feel motivating, but they create tension because they imply that the present moment is insufficient. When you wake up and feel this pressure, the body reacts immediately. Muscles tighten, breathing shortens. The nervous system prepares for effort. Anxiety feeds on this preparation. It thrives when the system is always on call. Becoming unavailable does not mean ignoring responsibility. It means distinguishing between real demands and imagined ones. Real demands arrive with clarity. Imagined demands arrive as vague pressure. The Stoics responded only to what was clear. Internal pressure is often inherited from culture, from expectations, from past conditioning. Over time, these voices become internalized. You no longer need external pressure. You apply it to yourself automatically. The Stoics practiced inner sovereignty. They believed the mind should not be ruled by impulses, fears, or expectations. When pressure arose without reason, they did not obey it. They let it pass without response. This is what availability means. When you are available to pressure, it can pull you. When you are unavailable, it fades. Pressure has no power without compliance. In the morning, this practice is especially powerful. Before the day assigns any real tasks, you choose not to assign yourself imaginary ones. You do not rush to justify your existence. You allow yourself to simply be awake. Internal pressure also feeds anxiety by creating constant readiness. The body never fully rests. It remains alert, waiting for instruction that never arrives. Becoming unavailable allows the nervous system to stand down. The Stoics believed that effort should be deliberate, not constant. They did not live in a state of permanent exertion. They conserved energy for when it was truly needed. When you stop responding to internal pressure, you may notice discomfort at first. The mind is used to pushing. Silence feels unfamiliar. This discomfort is temporary. It is the feeling of pressure losing access. You do not need to argue with pressure. Arguing keeps you engaged. You simply notice it and do nothing. No compliance, no resistance. This neutrality dissolves its influence. Over time, the mind learns that pressure is optional. It stops generating it as often. The body relaxes because it is no longer being driven internally. Becoming unavailable also restores choice. You decide when to act, when to rest, when to think. You are no longer reacting to invisible demands. This choice reduces anxiety because it removes urgency. The Stoics measured life by quality, not intensity. Internal pressure increases intensity without improving quality. By letting it go, life becomes clearer and more sustainable. Mornings become calmer when pressure no longer dictates pace. You wake up without immediately needing to prove anything. There is no internal supervisor watching. Anxiety weakens here because it relies on pressure to justify its presence. Without pressure, there is nothing to manage. What remains is grounded readiness, not readiness driven by fear, but readiness rooted in presence. You are available to life, but unavailable to unnecessary strain. This balance is the heart of Stoic calm, engaged without being pushed, active without being pressured. As this practice settles, the day unfolds more naturally. You move when movement is needed. You rest when rest is possible. There is no background tension urging you on. The mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappear, but because demands do. Silence is allowed to exist without being filled. From this place, anxiety has no role. There is no pressure to respond to, no urgency to satisfy.
You wake up steady, not driven, not delayed, simply present.
And in that presence, the final weight lifts. You are no longer pushed from within. You are free to meet the day as it comes, without internal pressure shaping every step. As internal pressure fades and the mind is no longer pushing from within, a new kind of calm becomes possible. Not silence, not control, but space. A small distance between you and what happens inside you. This distance changes everything. The Stoics called it perspective, inner distance. Inner distance is the ability to experience thoughts and emotions without standing inside them. You are close enough to feel, but far enough not to be overwhelmed. Most anxiety disappears when this distance is present, because anxiety depends on collapse. It needs you fused with every sensation, every thought, every feeling. When there is no distance, a thought feels like truth. An emotion feels like identity. A sensation feels like danger. Everything is immediate and personal. The Stoics trained themselves to step back internally, even while remaining fully present. This is not emotional coldness. It is clarity. You are not leaving the experience. You are changing your position within it. In the morning, inner distance is especially powerful because the mind is still forming its grip. Without distance, the first thought becomes the day. With distance, the thought is just a visitor. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that they were not their impressions. A thought was something seen. A feeling was something noticed, not something obeyed. This simple shift created freedom. When you wake up and notice anxiety, inner distance sounds like this. This is anxiety present, not I am anxious. That small difference creates space. Space allows breath. Breath allows calm. Inner distance also breaks emotional urgency. When you are too close to an emotion, it demands reaction. When you step back, it loses command. You can feel fear without needing to act from fear. You can feel tension without tightening further. The Stoics believed that suffering comes from identification. When you identify with every inner movement, you are pulled in all directions. Distance restores balance. This distance is not created by thinking differently. It is created by observing differently. You notice the thought as an object in awareness rather than a statement about reality. This observation weakens its grip. In the morning, thoughts often feel heavy because there is nothing else competing for attention. Inner distance prevents those thoughts from filling the entire mental space. They become one element among many, not the whole scene. Inner distance also restores patience. When you are inside an emotion, you want it gone immediately. When you step back, you allow it to pass. Anxiety fades when it is no longer chased. The Stoics practiced this daily. They watched their minds as if watching nature. They did not argue with the wind. They did not demand stillness from the sea. They observed. This observation creates safety. The nervous system calms because it senses that nothing is being threatened internally. You are not fighting yourself. You are not collapsing into experience. You are holding it. Inner distance also prevents spirals. A single thought does not lead to 10 more because you are not stepping inside the chain. You watch the first one pass, the rest never arrive. This practice is gentle. There is no force. You do not push thoughts away. You do not suppress emotion. You simply remain a step back. That step is enough. The Stoics believed this distance was the foundation of wisdom. It allowed them to act wisely instead of react emotionally. They could pause before responding. That pause was power. You may notice resistance at first. The mind likes closeness. It feels safer to cling than to observe. But clinging creates anxiety. Distance creates stability. Inner distance also restores compassion. When you are not overwhelmed by your own inner world, you can meet it with kindness instead of fear. This kindness softens everything. Over time, this distance becomes natural. You stop falling into thoughts. You stop drowning in feelings. You remain present without being consumed. Mornings become quieter because inner events no longer take over the whole field of awareness. They happen, but they do not dominate. Anxiety weakens here because it needs proximity. It needs you inside the fear. When you step back, it loses intensity. The Stoics trusted this method because it worked regardless of circumstance. Good day or bad, calm or tension. Distance remained available. You do not need perfect conditions to practice inner distance. You only need awareness. As this habit settles, the mind becomes a place you can be in without being controlled by. Thoughts pass through. Emotions move through. You remain steady. This steadiness is not rigid. It is flexible. You can engage when needed. You can step back when needed. Anxiety cannot trap you because you are no longer fused with it. From this place, the day unfolds with clarity. You respond thoughtfully instead of reacting automatically. You feel without being overwhelmed. The Stoics believed that freedom is not the absence of experience, but the ability to relate to it wisely. Inner distance is that wisdom in action, and in that distance, calm is no longer fragile. It is spacious, stable, present. You wake up not inside the storm, but aware of it. And awareness, when steady, is always safe. As inner distance becomes familiar, something important reveals itself. Anxiety does not disappear immediately. It tries something else. It waits. It watches. And then it looks for one thing above all others: your attention. Without it, anxiety cannot stay alive. Anxiety is not a solid force. It is a process, a loop that feeds on focus. When attention is placed on it, anxiety grows clearer, louder, more convincing. When attention moves away, anxiety weakens, fades, and often dissolves on its own. This is not theory. It is how the nervous system works. Most people believe anxiety demands attention because it is important. In reality, anxiety feels important because it has attention. The order is reversed. Attention comes first. Intensity follows. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology explained it. They taught that where attention goes, the mind follows. They trained themselves to withdraw attention from what disturbed them and place it on what was real, present, and actionable. Anxiety survives by keeping you watching it, checking it, measuring it, asking whether it has gone away yet. Each check is food. Each question reinforces its presence. The nervous system interprets attention as confirmation of threat. This is why anxiety can persist even when nothing is wrong. You wake up, notice a sensation, and focus on it. Is this anxiety? Is it getting worse? That focus tells the body something matters. The body responds with more sensation. The loop strengthens. The Stoics refused to monitor anxiety. They did not ask how strong it was or how long it would last. They noticed it without staying with it. Attention returned to breath, to action, to what was directly in front of them. This does not mean distraction. Distraction avoids. Stoic redirection is deliberate. It places attention where it belongs, on reality, not on internal noise. Anxiety often pretends to be urgent. It tries to hold attention by sounding important. What if something goes wrong? What if this feeling means something? These questions pull attention inward. The Stoics recognized urgency as a tactic, not a truth. When you stop feeding anxiety with attention, it may intensify briefly. This is extinction. The system is used to being watched. When attention is removed, it signals louder at first. This does not mean danger, it means habit losing its grip. The mistake many people make is returning attention at this moment. They think the increase means something is wrong. In reality, it means anxiety is being starved. If attention remains withdrawn, the intensity drops. The Stoics practiced patience here. They trusted the process. They knew that what is not fed cannot survive. Attention is powerful because it shapes perception. When attention rests on anxiety, the world shrinks. Everything is filtered through threat. When attention shifts outward, the world expands. Anxiety loses context. Morning anxiety is especially dependent on attention because there is little external input. The mind turns inward by default. This makes anxiety feel large. Redirecting attention early changes the trajectory of the day. This redirection does not require force. You simply place attention on something neutral and present. Sensation of breathing, feeling of standing, sound in the room. These anchors do not amplify anxiety because they do not carry threat. The Stoics believed that attention should serve reason, not fear. They trained attention like a muscle. When fear tried to claim it, they gently withdrew it. Another way anxiety holds attention is through self-concern. Am I okay? Why do I feel this way? These questions feel caring, but they trap attention inside the loop. The Stoics replaced self-concern with self-command. They chose where attention went. This does not mean ignoring problems. Real problems present themselves clearly and require action. Anxiety presents possibilities, not requirements. Attention belongs with what is real. When you stop giving anxiety attention, the body recalibrates. Stress hormones decrease, muscles soften, breathing deepens. These changes are not mental. They are physiological responses to reduced threat signaling. Over time, anxiety appears less frequently because it is no longer rewarded. The brain learns that anxiety does not lead to action or focus. It stops producing it as often. This is why many Stoics appeared calm even in difficulty. They did not obsess over internal disturbance. They stayed engaged with what needed doing. Anxiety had no stage to perform on. Attention also determines memory. What you focus on is what the brain remembers. By withdrawing attention from anxiety, you prevent it from becoming a reference point. The morning is no longer remembered as anxious. It is remembered as neutral. This weakens future anxiety. The brain no longer expects it. Expectation is a powerful trigger. Without it, anxiety loses momentum. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in directing attention wisely. You cannot stop thoughts from appearing, but you can decide which ones receive focus. This decision is where calm begins. As this practice settles, mornings feel less fragile. Anxiety may appear briefly, but it does not take over. It fades quickly because it is not being watched. You begin to trust this process. You stop checking whether anxiety is present. You stop measuring your state. Attention moves naturally to life itself. Anxiety weakens because it has no audience, no spotlight, no reinforcement. What remains is quiet engagement. You are awake, present, and available without being consumed by internal signals. The Stoics knew that attention is life's currency. Spend it wisely, and peace follows. And as you learn to withdraw attention from anxiety, you discover something simple and powerful. Anxiety cannot survive in the dark. It needs to be seen, monitored, and engaged. When you stop giving it that, it fades. Not because you fought it, but because you finally stopped feeding it. As attention no longer feeds anxiety and the inner loop quiets, a belief that once felt harmless begins to dissolve. The belief that there is such a thing as a good morning you are supposed to have. A standard mood, a preferred feeling, a right way to begin the day. This idea sounds positive, but it quietly creates pressure the moment you wake up. The myth of the good morning tells you that waking up calm, motivated, clear, and energized means the day will go well. Anything else feels like a problem to fix. When reality does not match this expectation, disappointment appears. Anxiety steps in to correct the gap. The morning becomes a test you feel you are failing before anything has happened. This belief is powerful because it feels reasonable. Of course, a good morning should feel good, but the Stoics rejected this assumption. They believed no moment owed you a particular feeling. They did not label moments as good or bad based on mood. They met each moment as it was. A morning is simply a transition from rest to activity. Nothing more. It does not promise success. It does not predict failure. Yet the mind turns it into a forecast. If you wake up heavy, you assume the day will be heavy. If you wake up light, you cling to it, fearing it might disappear. This is where anxiety grows. It tries to protect the good morning or fix the bad one. Both reactions create tension. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed peace comes from removing emotional expectations, not fulfilling them. The myth of the good morning also creates comparison. You compare today's morning to yesterday's. You compare yourself to others who seem to wake up ready and smiling. This comparison is unfair because it ignores reality. Bodies change, minds change, conditions change. Expecting consistency creates frustration. The Stoics valued neutrality. A morning was not good or bad, it was simply the start of the day. By removing labels, they removed pressure. Without pressure, anxiety had less reason to appear. Another hidden effect of this myth is control. You try to control how you feel in the morning. You try to engineer calm, happiness, or motivation. When you fail, you feel responsible. This self-blame feeds anxiety. The Stoics did not try to control internal states. They focused on conduct. How will I act today? Not how will I feel? This shift removes the emotional burden from the morning. When you let go of the idea of a good morning, something unexpected happens. Mornings become easier, not because they feel better, but because they are no longer being evaluated. You stop checking your mood. You stop grading your state. You allow the morning to unfold without judgment. This does not make life dull, it makes it honest. Some mornings feel slow, some feel sharp, some feel quiet. None of these require correction. They are not obstacles, they are conditions. The Stoics believed that wisdom begins with accepting conditions as they are. Fighting conditions wastes energy. Accepting them preserves it. The myth of the good morning also keeps you future-focused. You treat the morning as a setup for the day. If it goes wrong, you worry about what comes next. This steals presence. The morning is no longer lived. It is assessed. By releasing this myth, you return to the present. You wake up and simply begin. No verdict, no expectation, no disappointment. Anxiety weakens here because it feeds on evaluation. Without labels, there is nothing to fix. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer being judged. Over time, mornings lose their emotional charge. They stop being special or threatening. They become ordinary, and ordinary is safe. The Stoics did not chase good moments. They cultivated steadiness. This steadiness allowed them to remain calm regardless of how moments felt. As this understanding settles, you stop asking whether you are having a good morning. You ask what is in front of you now. This question grounds attention. The day begins without emotional debt. You are not trying to recover from a bad start or protect a good one. You are simply present. This presence creates space. Space allows calm to appear naturally, without effort or expectation. The myth dissolves quietly. There is no announcement. You just notice that mornings feel less heavy, less important, less charged. Anxiety loses another foundation. It can no longer argue that something is wrong just because you do not feel a certain way.
What remains is acceptance, not resignation. Acceptance of the moment as it is.
The Stoics believed that a good life is not built from good moments, but from good judgment. Releasing the myth of the good morning is an act of good judgment. From this place, you wake up without needing anything to be different. The day is allowed to arrive on its own terms. And when the morning is no longer expected to feel good, it often feels lighter. Not because it improved, but because it stopped being evaluated. This is the quiet freedom the Stoics trusted, and it begins the moment you let the morning be just a morning. As the idea of a good morning dissolves, and the day no longer has to feel a certain way, another subtle habit comes into view. It is not about suppressing emotion or becoming numb. It is about restraint. The Stoic practice of emotional abstinence is the choice not to indulge feelings simply because they are present. Most people believe emotions must be expressed, explored, or acted upon immediately. If something feels pleasant, it should be enjoyed fully. If something feels unpleasant, it should be fixed or released. This constant engagement keeps the emotional system active. Anxiety survives in this activity. Emotional abstinence does not mean denying emotions. It means not feeding them. An emotion appears, and you do not amplify it. You do not dramatize it. You do not build a story around it. You allow it to exist without consumption. The Stoics believed that indulging emotions strengthens them. Each time you lean into a feeling, whether positive or negative, you train the mind to seek intensity. Calm becomes less familiar. Balance becomes harder to maintain. In the morning, emotions are especially tempting. They feel fresh, close, and personal. A hint of anxiety invites investigation. A hint of calm invites clinging. Both forms of indulgence create attachment. Attachment creates instability. Emotional abstinence creates steadiness. You feel what is present, but you do not linger. You do not savor or resist. You let emotions pass through without turning them into experiences that define the moment. This practice reduces anxiety because anxiety feeds on emotional engagement. Worry grows when explored. Fear grows when rehearsed. Abstinence starves these processes. The Stoics practiced this by keeping emotions proportional. They did not allow a small feeling to become a large event. They believed that emotional excess clouds judgment. Abstinence also applies to pleasant emotions. Chasing calm, happiness, or motivation creates dependency. When these feelings fade, disappointment appears. Anxiety grows trying to bring them back. By practicing abstinence, you enjoy pleasant emotions lightly and release them easily. This prevents emotional highs and lows from controlling your state. The body responds to this moderation. Emotional swings soften. The nervous system stabilizes. Calm becomes more consistent because it is no longer being chased. Emotional abstinence also protects attention. When you do not indulge emotions, attention stays grounded in the present. You are not pulled into inner experiences that distract from reality. This does not make life dull. It makes it sustainable. Intensity is replaced with depth. Calm becomes quieter, but stronger. The Stoics believed that mastery is not about feeling less, but about needing less from feelings. When emotions are not used to guide every moment, freedom increases. As this practice settles, mornings become emotionally simple. Feelings appear and pass without disruption. Anxiety fades because there is nothing to amplify it. What remains is balance, not emotional absence, but emotional restraint. And in that restraint, the mind finds lasting peace. As emotional indulgence quiets and feelings are no longer being fed for their own sake, another deeply ingrained habit becomes visible. It often feels productive, even responsible, yet it quietly drains the mind before the day begins. The habit of mental rehearsal. Mental rehearsal starts the moment you wake up. Conversations are replayed. Scenarios are practiced. Possible outcomes are tested again and again. You say things in your head that have not been said out loud. You respond to people who are not present. You prepare for moments that have not arrived. By the time you get out of bed, you have already lived parts of the day several times. This rehearsal feels like preparation, but it is not. It is anticipation disguised as control. The mind believes that if it runs the scene enough times, it will be safe when the moment comes. But the body does not know the difference between rehearsal and reality. Each imagined interaction triggers real tension. Anxiety grows because the nervous system thinks events are already happening. The Stoics refused this habit. They believed that the mind should meet reality directly, not through rehearsal. They understood that rehearsing the future does not improve response. It exhausts it. Energy spent imagining is energy taken from presence. Morning rehearsal is especially harmful because the mind is most suggestible. Before the day grounds you in reality, imagination runs freely. One imagined moment leads to another. The day begins with emotional residue from events that never occurred. Mental rehearsal also creates false certainty. You begin to believe you know how things will go. This makes you rigid. When reality does not match the rehearsal, frustration and anxiety increase. The Stoics preferred flexibility over preparation. They trusted their ability to respond in real time. Another hidden cost of rehearsal is emotional conditioning. Each time you rehearse a difficult moment, the brain stores it as experience. The next time you think of that situation, anxiety appears faster. The mind has learned to fear something that has not happened. The Stoics avoided this by staying with what was present. They did not mentally practice conversations or outcomes. They believed that clarity in the moment was more valuable than imagined readiness. When you wake up without rehearsing, the mind stays open. You do not lock yourself into scripts. You allow situations to unfold naturally. This openness reduces anxiety because there is nothing to defend or protect. Rehearsal also keeps attention inward. Instead of engaging with the morning, you are lost in imagined futures. This disconnect creates unease. The body is here, the mind is elsewhere. Anxiety lives in that gap. Letting go of rehearsal does not mean being unprepared. It means trusting that you can think clearly when the moment arrives. The Stoics had confidence in reason, not imagination. The body responds quickly when rehearsal stops. Muscles relax. Breathing deepens. The nervous system exits performance mode. Calm appears because there is no longer a stage being set. At first, the mind may try to return to rehearsal. It is used to filling silence with preparation. When this happens, you do not fight it. You simply do not follow. Attention returns to the present. Over time, the urge fades. Waking without mental rehearsal creates freshness. Each interaction becomes new. You respond instead of recite. This authenticity reduces anxiety because there is no pressure to perform correctly. The Stoics believed that life is lived forward, not practiced inwardly. Rehearsal steals life from the present. Presence restores it. As this habit dissolves, mornings become lighter. You wake up without already being tired. The day feels open rather than preloaded. Anxiety weakens here because it depends on imagined futures. Without rehearsal, there is nothing for anxiety to attach to. What remains is readiness without strain. You are not prepared for everything. You are prepared for now. And now is always manageable. From this place, the day unfolds naturally. Conversations happen once. Challenges are met when they appear. There is no need to live them early. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They met life as it arrived, not before. And in doing so, they preserved calm. Waking without mental rehearsal is not about doing less. It is about carrying less. Less imagined conflict. Less future tension. Less unnecessary effort. And in that release, the mind rests. The body steadies. The morning begins clean, without echoes of conversations that never happened. As mental rehearsal falls away and the mind is no longer living conversations that have not happened, attention begins to settle outward again. And in that quiet, another pattern becomes clear. Anxiety is often not about events, outcomes, or danger at all. It is about the constant turning of attention back toward yourself. Again and again. Anxiety thrives on excessive self-reference. Self-reference is the habit of filtering every experience through me. How am I doing? What does this mean about me? How do I look? How will this affect me later? These questions feel natural, even necessary, but they keep attention locked inward. The mind becomes the center of every moment, and when the self is constantly being examined, tension grows. The Stoics noticed this clearly. They believed that much suffering comes from thinking too much about oneself, not in the sense of care, but in the sense of constant self-monitoring. When attention is always checking on the self, the mind becomes fragile. Every feeling becomes personal. Every sensation becomes a signal. Anxiety feeds on this personalization. In the morning, self-reference is especially strong. You wake up and immediately assess yourself. How do I feel today? Am I ready? Am I calm enough? This constant checking turns the self into a project that must be managed. Anxiety appears because managing the self never ends. Excessive self-reference also creates distortion. When everything is about you, experiences feel heavier. A neutral sensation feels threatening because it is happening to you. A passing thought feels serious because it involves you. The Stoics reduced this burden by shifting attention away from the self and toward reality. They focused on what was happening, not on what it meant about them. A task was just a task. A feeling was just a feeling. Nothing needed to become a statement about identity. This detachment lightened the mind. Anxiety weakens when self-reference weakens because anxiety needs a center. It needs a someone to protect, evaluate, and worry about. When attention moves outward, anxiety loses its anchor. This does not mean ignoring yourself or becoming careless. It means not making yourself the subject of every thought. You stop narrating your own experience. You stop evaluating your internal state. You allow life to unfold without constant commentary about how it affects you. The Stoics practiced this by aligning with roles and actions rather than feelings. They asked, "What is required now?" Not, "How do I feel about this?" This shift removed unnecessary self-focus. Excessive self-reference also fuels comparison. You compare yourself to others, to past versions of yourself, to imagined expectations. This comparison feeds anxiety because the self is always found lacking in some way. By reducing self-reference, comparison fades naturally. When you wake up and attention stays with the present moment rather than with the self, something changes. The body relaxes. The mind steadies. There is less internal commentary. Experience feels lighter because it is no longer being measured. The Stoics believed that peace comes from forgetting the self at the right times, not denying it, but not centering it. When the self is not constantly in focus, it stops being a source of tension. Over time, this practice becomes natural. You think less about yourself and more about what you are doing. Anxiety fades because it has no one to revolve around. Mornings become quieter. You wake up without immediately turning inward. You are present without being self-conscious. And in that simplicity, anxiety loses one of its deepest roots. When the self steps out of the spotlight, the mind finally rests. As attention moves away from constant self-reference, something soft but powerful takes its place. A quiet understanding. The understanding that you do not have to know everything, control everything, or be everything. This is where psychological humility enters, and with it, a deep calm that anxiety cannot imitate. Psychological humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less accurately. It is recognizing the limits of your control, your knowledge, and your importance in the flow of life. Anxiety often comes from the opposite stance. An unconscious belief that you must have answers, foresee outcomes, manage impressions, and hold everything together. The Stoics rejected this burden. They believed much anxiety comes from assuming too much responsibility for how life unfolds. When you believe you must understand everything and get everything right, the mind stays tense. There is no room for uncertainty, no room for error, no room to rest. Humility relaxes this demand. It allows you to admit quietly that you do not know how the day will go, that you cannot predict every outcome, that your thoughts are not always accurate. This admission does not weaken you, it frees you. In the morning, Anxiety often appears as mental certainty, certainty that something will be difficult, certainty that you are behind, certainty that you should feel different. These certainties feel convincing because they are firm. Humility loosens them. It introduces the possibility that the mind might be wrong. The Stoics valued this openness. They trusted reason, but they did not worship it. They knew the mind is limited. By accepting this, they avoided overconfidence in their fears. Anxiety loses power when you stop assuming your thoughts are correct. Psychological humility also softens the need to defend identity. When you do not need to prove yourself, pressure fades. You are allowed to be imperfect, to feel uncertain, to start the day without a clear plan. This allowance creates calm because there is no internal performance. Many people wake up with the belief that they must be competent immediately. They must feel capable, prepared, composed. When they do not, anxiety steps in to compensate. Humility removes this expectation. You allow yourself to warm up to the day. The Stoics believed that wisdom begins with knowing what you do not know. This knowledge creates patience. You stop rushing to conclusions. You stop panicking over uncertainty. You wait. Humility also reduces fear of judgment. When you accept your limits, imagined criticism loses weight. You are no longer trying to appear perfect in your own mind. This reduces anxiety because there is less to protect. Another benefit of psychological humility is flexibility. When you do not cling to being right, you can adapt. Anxiety often arises from rigidity, a belief that things must go a certain way. Humility allows movement. If the plan changes, you change with it. The body responds to this shift. Shoulders drop. Breathing slows. The nervous system senses that the burden has been lightened. There is no need to stay alert when you are no longer pretending to be in control. Humility also changes how you relate to thoughts. You stop assuming they are authoritative. A thought becomes a suggestion, not a verdict. This reduces anxiety because thoughts no longer dictate emotional response. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves of their place in the larger whole. Not to feel small, but to feel unburdened. Life does not depend entirely on you. This realization is calming. In the morning, this perspective is grounding. You wake up knowing that you do not have to solve your life before breakfast. You can take one step without knowing all the answers. Anxiety weakens here because it depends on inflated responsibility. When you release that responsibility, anxiety has nothing to manage.
What remains is quiet confidence. Not confidence in certainty, but confidence in adaptability. You trust that you can respond without needing to control.
Psychological humility also invites compassion toward yourself. You stop punishing yourself for not feeling ready or calm. This kindness stabilizes the nervous system. The Stoics believed that calm comes from alignment with reality, not dominance over it. Humility aligns you with what is real. Limited knowledge, limited control, enough capacity. As this understanding settles, mornings feel lighter. You are not carrying the weight of being exceptional or prepared. You are simply human, and that is enough. Anxiety fades because there is nothing left to prove, nothing left to uphold, nothing left to defend. From this place, the day begins gently. You move forward without pretending to know more than you do. And in that honesty, the mind rests. Calm arrives not because you mastered everything, but because you finally admitted you didn't need to. As humility softens the need to know and control, the mind becomes more willing to stop speaking, not out of effort, but out of relief. This is where the Stoic discipline of inner silence begins. Not silence forced by suppression, but silence chosen because noise is no longer needed. Inner silence is not the absence of thoughts. It is the absence of unnecessary commentary. The Stoics understood that much of mental suffering comes not from events, but from the constant narration of those events. The mind explains, judges, compares, predicts, and comments without pause. This constant talking keeps the nervous system alert, as if something is always happening that requires attention. When the inner voice quiets, the body relaxes. There is no stream of warnings to respond to, no running commentary to manage. Calm emerges not because thoughts stop, but because they stop being followed. The Stoics treated silence as a discipline because the mind naturally resists it. It believes talking keeps you safe. It believes commentary equals awareness. But awareness does not require words. In fact, words often interfere with it. In the morning, inner silence is especially powerful. The day has not yet begun its demands. The mind is still open. If silence is allowed here, it sets a tone that carries forward. If narration begins immediately, it tends to continue all day. Inner silence begins by noticing when thinking is unnecessary. You do not need to describe brushing your teeth. You do not need to evaluate how you feel every few seconds. You do not need to comment on the day before it arrives. Each time you notice unnecessary talk and do not engage, silence deepens naturally. This silence is not empty, it is attentive. You hear sounds more clearly. You feel your body more fully. You notice the world without filtering it through opinion. This direct experience is calming because it grounds attention in what is real. The Stoics believed that clarity lives beneath words. When the mind is quiet, reason becomes sharper. Decisions feel simpler because they are not buried under commentary. Anxiety fades because it cannot survive without constant narration. Inner silence also reduces emotional amplification. Emotions often intensify because they are talked about internally. When you stop commenting, emotions remain manageable. They pass without becoming stories. This discipline does not require long meditation or isolation. It is practiced moment by moment. Each time you choose not to add a thought to an experience, you are practicing inner silence. The mind may resist at first. Silence can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. The urge to fill space with thought may arise. This is habit, not necessity. If you allow the urge to pass, silence returns on its own. The Stoics practiced this restraint intentionally. They spoke less inwardly so they could see more clearly outwardly. They valued precision of thought over volume of thought. Inner silence also restores energy. Thinking constantly is tiring. When the mind rests from commentary, energy returns. The body feels lighter because it is no longer responding to imagined demands. Anxiety weakens here because it needs words to survive. Fear speaks. Worry narrates. Silence gives them nothing to work with. This does not mean you never think. It means you think when needed. Thought becomes a tool instead of a background noise. This control over thinking is what the Stoics considered mastery. In the morning, inner silence allows you to begin without mental clutter. You wake up and simply are. No analysis, no interpretation, just presence. Over time, this silence becomes familiar. You stop needing to comment on everything. Life feels simpler because it is less mediated by thought. The Stoics believed that silence reveals truth more reliably than endless thinking. When the mind stops talking, it starts listening. As this discipline settles, mornings become spacious. The day does not feel crowded before it begins. You enter it rested rather than mentally exhausted. What remains is a quiet alertness. You are aware, but not busy. Awake, but not noisy.
And in that inner silence, calm is not something you try to achieve. It is simply what is left when the unnecessary has fallen away.
You've just walked through a different way of waking up. One where anxiety is no longer treated as a warning, a flaw, or something to fix, but as a pattern that loses power when it's no longer fed. You've seen how the morning mind creates pressure through anticipation, control, self-judgment, inner noise, and borrowed fear. And you've seen how calm returns when you stop negotiating with thoughts, stop rehearsing the future, stop owning every feeling, and allow the mind to rest in silence, distance, and humility. Stoicism does not ask you to become emotionless or perfect. It asks you to become steady, to meet each morning without rushing ahead of it, without measuring yourself against it, without demanding it feel a certain way. Calm is not something you force. It is what remains when resistance, narration, and pressure fall away. If this reset helped you, leave a comment with the words, "I choose calm," not as a promise, but as a reminder to yourself of what you return to each morning. And if you want more long-form guides like this to steady the mind and simplify life, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. We're building a space for clarity, patience, and quiet strength. The day can wait. Your calm comes first.